Sabres fall in Montreal last night. The Canadiens get out to a 1-0 lead in the first, and they held the lead for much of the game. Sabres did tie it in the second with a Yuri Kulik goal, his second of the year. Yurov Slavkovsky, Lane Hudson put Montreal back ahead. Then they didn't look back. 4-2 final. Sabres fall to 2-4 on the season. And they have a couple more division games in a row coming up tomorrow against Detroit. That'll be at KeyBank Center, 7:30 puck drop. And then Friday they'll be hosting Toronto. That'll also be a 7:30 puck drop. A doubleheader last night on Monday Night Football. The Buccaneers fall to Detroit 24-9. Not much of anything going for Baker Mayfield as he lost Mike Evans in the game early on to a broken collarbone. He's expected to be out until at least late in the season, so his 1,000-yard streak will come to an end. First season of his career where he will not get to 1,000. Detroit improves to 5-2 on the year. Seahawks beat the Texans 27-19. They go to 5-2. Houston drops to 2-4. The Toronto Blue Jays are heading to the World Series for the first time in over 30 years. George Springer, it's a 3-run home run in the 7th inning to send Toronto up 4-3. They close the game out, winning the series over Seattle. Game 1 of the World Series against the Dodgers will be in Toronto on Friday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think I'm going to...
WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Congrats to the Blue Jays. Joe and I did not go up to the game last night. We had our spontaneous thoughts to go. We did not go. On the walkout, we discussed, maybe we get to a World Series game, which...
Yeah, we might have been like a train ticket away from going last night.
It just didn't seem like the smartest thing to do to be here bright and early.
But now we have more money in our pocket that we wouldn't have had if we had gone for a potential World Series game, which I have never been to. I can't imagine, how many people around here have been to a World Series game. It's got to be low.
I've been to an ALCS game. I've never been to a World Series game. So, yeah. Been to the divisional round, ALCS.
I mean, we got a weekend. The series starts in Toronto.
Yeah.
Which kind of seems amazing. How the Dodgers, I guess, just didn't have the regular season they were supposed to because they're like the big, bad, evil empire that spends $100 million more than anybody. But I guess Toronto had a better record. So they start the series.
Yep. And the better record is, am I wrong by baseball standards? Was it a low season of wins? There are years in there where the Mariners win way back when, a long time ago, 111 games, and the Blue Jays won 94. Okay, that's not bad, but I feel like it's a low number. The most wins in baseball this year was 97, is the Brewers.
Yeah.
So
I like the Blue Jays. I'm not like diehard Blue Jays. So there was some room yesterday for me to feel bad for Seattle Mariner fans.
Yes, I definitely
felt
feel
bad. That fan base has never been to a World Series,
and they had a 2-0 lead and went home with it.
And they had a 2-run lead in the 7th.
Yep.
And
I feel the same. I feel bad for them.
They'll wake up feeling cursed.
Yep.
Which is a feeling that, many listening probably know the feeling of.
Well, the Blue Jays win. Good for them. 3-run homer for George Springer. That is the difference. I went to bed and woke up to see... it's funny. This is how football rules the world, or maybe it's your Twitter algorithm. I wake up this morning at least 4:30, like I always do, and I start checking a few things. One, I check our parlay. Yeah. No comment at this time. No comment at this time.
I would just like to point out I'm 6-2. If you just listen to me,
same.
You're doing.
I'm
well.
red hot. I'm I actually knew the outcome of our parlay. Well, I knew 2 legs of it. I wanted to see if Joe's hit the under. Anyway, we'll address that issue on the show later. A little too early. Sensitive subject. But all I wanted to do was really see like the outcome of the games and see what happened with Seattle and Houston. And I'm scrolling, and I get through a few, and I'm thinking, where's the Blue Jays outcome? I went to bed, they're down 2. Right after Cal Raleigh hit the big dumper, hit that home run, I thought, like, all right, I'm going to go to bed and whatever, it's late. Mm-hmm. And I'm scrolling. Where is... I had to close Twitter and open ESPN's app to find the results of the game. I guess...
You can just search Blue Jays on Twitter?
You could, but yeah. I wanted to see like a highlight. I wanted to see a score, a box score.
Yeah.
And I thought I would just get like a game recap somewhere. And after a few minutes of scrolling, I just didn't find it, which, that says I'm not following enough baseball people, I suppose, because it was nonstop takes on the Texans. That's all I could get. I was like, I've had enough of the Texans. I don't need this. Anyway, the Blue Jays, congratulations to them. The one thing I did find that was really, I don't know why it was so fascinating to me. I started to put up a Twitter poll about this, and then I realized that it's a dumb little thing that I walked myself into. Do you know who's first in the NFC right now?
Is it Seattle?
It's Green Bay.
That's weird.
They
don't feel like they're playing great right now.
They are 4-1-1.
Oh, right, the tie.
And that's ahead of all of the 5-2-2 teams, or so the 5-2 teams. There are 6 teams that are 5-2.
But 4-1-1
is ahead of 5-2. And I thought, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Why would 4-1-1 be better than 5-2? And I saw this morning in my travels, and on the drive to work, I was putting my brain in a pretzel. Like, why?
How could it possibly?
Does the league think that not losing is better than winning? And then after thinking about it for a solid 20 minutes, I realized, well, the Packers have played 6 games.
Yeah.
It's win percentage.
Right.
And eventually they'll catch up, and they'll go either above or below, and it's fine. But in the moment of live standings, which don't really matter, that's more of a thing we get in the Premier League. It's more of a thing you get in, hockey with points.
For tracking it,
Yeah. Points for hockey, Premier League is points. Any league that has points has a more accurate representation of live standings. Like right now, 5-2 in a Premier League standing would be 15, and 4-1-1 would be 13. So the Packers would not be in first, they'd be in 7th.
Right.
This is what I walked my brain into before 6 a.m. on a Tuesday. So
too early for the
way
type of
too
stuff.
early. I started to put together a poll like, does the NFL have the standings wrong? And then I realized, oh, idiot, it's winning percentage, and they've only played 6 games. So anyway, carry on.
So they are in first.
The Packers are in first.
They are in first.
The Packers are in first. The Lions, I still think the Lions are the best team in football. And they won last night. They beat the Bucs. Baker had a terrible day. I don't even think the Bucs got outclassed. He just missed a million throws.
He was just
off.
I don't know what he had before the half, but they showed the stats. The drive going into halftime, he had 24 yards.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Like in a half of football, he had 24 yards. Now he's missing all his receivers.
Yep.
Right.
And Egbuka did play. He was active, but maybe isn't 100%.
Right. And Evans plays a drive or two
Gets
and then
knocked
goes
out.
He had a 50-yard catch, and did you watch that play?
Yeah.
Was I wrong in thinking that maybe should have counted? The ball came out awfully late.
Yeah.
Like, it did come out, and they do the surviving the ground nonsense. TJ Hawkinson just went through that this week. But he rolled over, 2 times before the ball came out. I don't know. And there was no hubbub about whether that should have been a catch or not because, everyone properly was focused on Evans being hurt. And one of the coolest streaks in the league comes to an end last night.
Yeah, broken collarbone for him.
So he's not getting to 1,000 yards. Baker couldn't do it. Baker couldn't do anything.
Not a good day for him.
No, it was all check downs to the tight end.
And Jahmyr Gibbs went ham.
Yep.
You're out there and you needed Jahmyr Gibbs to win your league, you won. Unless you were down by 30, you still won. How many points did he ultimately put up? He put up 1 million. So
were the Texans takes you saw, by the way, any directed at C.J. Stroud or defending? I feel like Houston, if there are people in Houston having this debate, I feel like they're having the debate of what's happened to the quarterback. Are we even allowed to evaluate the quarterback because of what's in front of him?
Yes.
He is unprotected on almost every play.
Yes. Yeah, I think that the Houston takeaway, there are two things. One, they probably need an overhaul of their offensive system, and they need a new offensive line, and that their kicker didn't do what he was supposed to do. You're seeing this happen a couple times this year. The Texans get within one score, and they need Fairburn to kick the ball out of bounds to not burn the 2-minute warning. He didn't do that. Burn the 2-minute warning, game over. Like, all right, kicker made a mistake, and we don't get a chance to make a stop. So, I
saw a good tweet on it, though. That, like, the Texans are getting to maybe it was the more dangerous area where they might have to decide whether or not to pay C.J. Stroud before they're able to really see him, like, in the right environment.
Yeah.
And what will you do in that system? What will most teams do in that spot? They'll probably pay him, won't they?
Yes, usually rather than go to the well of who knows what's out there, teams will usually pay a guy.
They'll bet on, all right, this hasn't worked as well the last 2 years because we haven't done a good enough job with his coordinator or with his line or maybe the receivers around Collins are always hurt, right? So,
and can I make a prediction
that
goes
run
with
game
it?
At all.
They'll pay him. I guess they'll pay him. I don't know. They could let this thing go to the fifth-year option, his first-round pick, right? Like, you pick up the fifth-year option, and rather than be
this is the third year, so they could wait another year.
So rather than be a quarterback that gets paid after 3 years, they might actually wait and go fifth-year option. But what could happen is they pay Stroud, and he has a higher cap hit than Josh Allen because that's how this goes. It's how it has to go.
Yeah.
It's kind of, sometimes you see people credit the GMs of the great quarterbacks for getting the deals done early, and there's some credit to be had there. But what will likely happen is Stroud will sign a deal. They'll have a out built in 2 years, which means they can't stash money because they don't know if he's good.
Right.
And that'll keep his cap hit high. And that'll hurt the Texans. And the self-fulfilling paying the quarterback prophecy will live on in Houston. There you go. There's my 10-year take for the Texans. I did not expect to have that today.
No, I like it. I mean, I thought they were ready to compete big when they traded for Diggs last year.
Yeah.
Like,
they missed him.
Defense is great. Quarterback was amazing in year one. Let's go all in. They traded a second-round pick for Diggs on a one-year deal. Like, that was a short-term, all-in type of move. And, like, a year later, it's just so much worse than what their expectation was. I was thinking they had a Super Bowl chance last year. And what do they look like now? They look like they're not even going to be competitive for the playoffs, I don't think.
Well, they lost Diggs, who they did miss, and they also lost Tank Dell, who's awesome.
Yeah.
So their defense is great, the Texans. Good to great, like whatever. They've got some real playmakers over there, but it's going to be one of those defenses that is asked to win games by itself, and it's not going to happen. So anyway, there's your NFL take for last night. The Bucs lose to the Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs went nuts. Sam Darnold and the Seahawks continue to look good. JSN over 100 yards, and the Seahawks beat the Texans. In baseball, Blue Jays to the World Series, and the Sabres lost to Montreal last night. Mm-hmm. Last night's game for the Sabres, the first period was not good.
No. It looked like the first periods.
Yes, which that can be a different conversation. The rest of it, would it be a hot take to just say the rest of it looked like a hockey game from a team that plays pretty hard, whose fan base doesn't hate them all the time? I thought it looked like a regular hockey game. The Sabres in the second period, to me, had juice. They played with some edge. They played with some emotion. You saw, dust-ups between Buffalo and Montreal. I saw Samuelson defending teammates.
Yeah.
So
2 games in a row with that, by the way.
You got Tage defending. It's funny because whenever something on the ice where a guy's supposed to defend a guy doesn't happen, that becomes DEFCON 1, all anybody can talk about, and a full reflection of the organization. And when players do defend each other, that's just like Tuesday, which is how it's supposed to be.
It's because it's supposed to be automatic.
But it feels like we should acknowledge the thing we've freaked out about for a while. Like, they are doing that this year.
Yeah.
Does it ultimately mean wins? Time will tell. But they're doing the thing that people hate about them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I will go back to what I thought last year after Tage got his head taken off against New Jersey and nobody ever did anything that was on the ice, which was, I didn't think this was an overall Sabres problem. I thought it was a Samuelson power problem more than anything. Because 2 games in a row, someone's gone after Dahlin, and what has Tage Thompson done? Without a hesitation. He's right in there. And his gloves are off. But Tage has always been that. And so is Darlene, and so have a lot of those guys. The Samuelson one is the new one. Him being a more aggressive last game, throwing a guy into the net and then dragging him out by the collar. Last night defending a teammate. That's the new part, is Samuelson, I think, doing it. And if everybody is doing it, then that's the bigger part of it anyway. Because you can have 3 of your important players that are willing to defend and to get into that stuff all the time. But if I've got 2 big defensemen that never are, then that's going to be their reputation. So yes. I think Power I saw a couple times this year get into it a little bit. Him and Giroux in the Ottawa game. So yeah, those 2 have, I think, checked the box on that through 6 games.
Samuelson threw a guy into the glass after he'd slashed Alex Lyon. That's how that went.
I think he's just been good overall. Going into last night, I think he had their lowest goals saved above, or expected goals against per 60, like through 5 games. Like he had some good defensive metrics going into last night.
Last night would have been a little different story there.
I think so. Yeah.
They lose. They lose to Montreal, and I guess try to win against Columbus.
Montreal, I think, is good. By the way, I thought that watching a little bit of their first couple games and then watching them like shift to shift last night, like. I thought the Sabres' effort was good. I thought they looked like a team that can be stout defensively, and there are individuals that will score goals, but it looked like to me one team that is more skilled than the other.
Yeah.
Like Montreal is fast and young, and they were just buzzing. When they're going, they are buzzing around you.
Yeah, first period, high danger chances, Montreal had like 11.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the game, the Sabres owned that department. They had 12 to 2 high danger chances, basically. So
yeah, I think that's a more talented team right now.
Yeah.
So the Sabres will be competitive against maybe a team like that, but might be the difference between Sabres can make the playoffs. I think Montreal can make the playoffs. Montreal, I'm wondering about them beyond that. And obviously the Sabres, we are not there yet.
No.
It helps when the Canadiens have made the playoffs recently that you can get to that step, but they're a team that I would wonder about potential for going on a deep playoff run this year.
803-0550, our phone number. Paul at 7. Lindy Ruff joins us on Tuesdays at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, Carl Jones joins us, former Syracuse defensive back. You see him on television around here, WIVB in Buffalo, Channel 4. So, yeah, that's the lineup today. Some hockey, some football, some trade chatter, I guess, in the NFL. See a lot of trade chatter. The Bills activated Maxwell Hairston, or at least opened his 21-day window to practice to activate him off the injured reserve. All right? That means in the next 3 weeks, you should expect him back in the lineup. He can practice unless they're going to shut him down for the season, which to me is unlikely at this point. It was not supposed to be a season-ending injury. They're going to want to manage expectations, but he's closer to a return. Now the clock starts ticking. 21 days until you could expect him to be back on the active roster. And, of course, it could come sooner than that. So it's good news, right?
Yes, definitely.
The second stage of my Bills defense here it starts now. Hoyt, Ogunjobi, and eventually Hairston.
Yeah, he is. You think the Bills are going to get smoked on defense by the Chiefs next week, right?
Yes, I think the Bills are going to get laid to waste defensively.
Yeah. So
yes.
Hoyt,
is that wrong?
I agree with you.
Is that too pessimistic? Is that too much of a hater? Doesn't mean they're going to lose. They might beat the Chiefs, but I have no expectations for them to make stops in that game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think they're going to score in the 30s, I think. And there's a potential maybe even for the 40s. I think
if they
30s
don't,
is more likely.
If they don't, it'll be because the offenses are so efficient and keep the clock ticking. But yes, I expect the Chiefs to score a lot of points per drive.
I think what Hairston might be the key to is giving fans hope that there's a difference between if that plays out and you can't cover these guys. They have too many weapons, they have too much speed, and you've got a lot of old bodies back there. You're a slow defense. And if you can't match up with their speed, and that comes to fruition next week, I'll have Hoyt available. I'll have Ogunjobi available. What Hairston might be important to is Bill's psyche into remembering that you gave up a bunch to Kansas City, and if he performs down the stretch, you'll be thinking, all right, think back to that Kansas City game. I didn't have Max Hairston.
Right, can he make a difference?
Right. He might give you hope going into a playoff game of, I know I gave up 35 and I only forced 2 stops on the Chiefs in an entire football game. But I didn't have Hairston then, and he finished strong, and he's the exact skill set for what I would want against that team right now. Is he not?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he'll be good. Really don't. But if he were good, is he not the perfect type of player for what they would want in that specific matchup?
Yes, and I don't think that by itself would probably be enough. They need their safeties to play better. They're going to need Hoyt to go in there and make a difference. They probably need their linebackers to play better. So I don't know how many changes are coming.
It'd be one of your problems.
That's
being
right.
solved.
It might be the biggest one, corner 2. That might be your biggest problem against that team. Like right now, the Bills matching up against the Chiefs, to me, feels like a scary matchup. And Hairston returning could make a difference. Of course, he could make a difference this week against Carolina. There's some fear about Andy Dalton.
Andy Dalton fear.
Well, what does it say about the state of the defense when Andy Dalton going in instead of Bryce Young leads to uh-oh?
I mean, you're starting him in fantasy in one league.
I'm thinking of picking him up in guillotine because my quarterback is on a bye,
right?
And there's not that many out there.
Is it Andy Dalton fear, or is it just he's no worse than Bryce Young? Is that, or maybe even are people respecting that it's the veteran quarterback bump in the first game that I just think he's a little bit better than Bryce Young.
It says a lot about how the confidence you have in your defense that Andy Dalton has led to a potential bump.
Like he's a fine backup at this point in his career.
It's amazing he's still in the league.
But how many quarterbacks will they play rest of season that are better than him? Like isn't he gonna be low on the list? I wouldn't be that afraid. Like, is he above Rodgers right now? Like, I wouldn't say that. He's not above Drake May. He's not above Mayfield or Mahomes, or he's not above Hurts. He's probably above whoever the Jets. Like, he's one of the worst quarterbacks they'll play between now and the end of the season.
Is he below Spencer Rattler? I think he might be.
I think Rattler looks okay.
He's okay.
Yeah, so I'm not afraid of him.
Is he below Tua?
No.
Okay.
No, I might not say that. But so like I'm not saying it has to be bad for him, but I don't know. Like if I'm afraid of Andy Dalton, I've got big picture problems
on your defense.
On my defense, which I guess I do have, but I don't know. Like they are limiting these teams a little bit. I don't think they're a great defense, but they can go a half stopping Bijan Robinson and Drake London led offense. They can go a half stopping a New England offense with Drake May, who seems like he cannot miss a pass right now. Like I think I just played 2 better quarterbacks, and I did okay. You know, I managed. I got there by the end of it. And if I can't do that against Andy Dalton, I don't know. Like, I would have serious questions about them doing anything in the playoffs if they can't stop an Andy Dalton.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Tuesday. Chilly out there. We've got a rule in the house about my son, whether or not he's allowed to wear shorts or pants to school.
Okay.
Because I think he's going to be one of these guys that might be a shorts every day guy.
Yeah,
you know how we've talked about that?
He wants to be?
He wants to go shorts every day. The rule is if the first number on the temperature is a 4, it's pants. And it's 44 today. So
44 right now.
40. That means pants. It's not what the high will be. It's you're going to school.
See does he know enough yet to start to argue that it's a 5 though later in the day.
Yeah, he doesn't, and I think the rule simply applies to when you will be outside on the way to school and such. So like a 4, 44 degrees.
Frost warnings.
30s this weekend. What's the problem? It's fine.
It's okay.
It's fine.
It's fine. It was a warm fall.
The forecast for the Chiefs game will probably be, like cloudy and 48.
But what about the trick-or-treating forecast? Those are wondering, because we're within the 10-day outlook on that now.
We are. The day before looks like it might be nice, chilly, but nice enough.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, all right, 803-0550. Paul at 7, Lindy at 8, Carl Jones at 9 on the Bills. And, of course, some Sabres chatter along the way. Congratulations to the Blue Jays going to the World Series. And, we'll probably kick around some Max Hairston ideas, kick around changes the Bills could make. And I got to also be honest about the trade deadline. I think people are dreaming way big at the deadline. for the Bills, and I don't see it, but we'll talk about that as well. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. Wide open phone lines. Anything on your mind, bring it our way, and we'll bring plenty of stuff to you here this morning on WGR.
You think the Bills are going to get smoked on defense by the Chiefs next week, right?
Yes, I think the Bills are going to get laid to waste defensively.
Yeah.
So yes. Is that wrong?
No, I agree with you.
Is that too pessimistic? Is that too much of a hater? Doesn't mean they're going to lose. They might beat the Chiefs, but I'd have no expectations for them to make stops in that game.
Yeah, no, like I'm with you. Like I think they're going to score in the 30s, I think. And there's a potential maybe even for the 40s. Like, I think
if they
30s
don't,
is more likely.
If they don't, it'll be because the offenses are so efficient and keep the clock ticking. But yes, I expect the Chiefs to score a lot of points per drive.
I think what Hairston might be the key to is giving fans hope that there's a difference between if that plays out and it's you can't cover these guys. Like, they have too many weapons, they have too much speed, and you've got a lot of old bodies back there. You're a slow defense. And if you can't match up with their speed, and that comes to fruition next week, I'll have Hoyt available. I'll have Ogunjobi available. What Hairston might be important to is Bill's psyche into remembering that you gave up a bunch to Kansas City, and if he performs down the stretch, you'll be thinking, all right, think back to that Kansas City game. I didn't have Max Hairston.
Right. Can he make a difference?
Right. He might give you hope going into a playoff game of, yeah, I know I gave up 35 and I only forced 2 stops on the Chiefs in an entire football game, but I didn't have Hairston then, and he finished strong, and he's the exact skill set for what I would want against that team right now. Is he not?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he'll be good. Really don't. But if he were good, is he not the perfect type of player for what they would want in that specific matchup?
Yes, and I don't think that by itself would probably be enough. They need their safeties to play better. They're going to need Hoyt to go in there and make a difference. They probably need their linebackers to play better. So I don't know how many changes are coming.
It'd be one of your problems.
That's
being
right.
solved.
It might be the biggest one, corner 2. That might be your biggest problem against that team. Like right now, the Bills matching up against the Chiefs, to me, feels like a scary matchup, and Hairston returning could make a difference, of course. And the Sabres lost to Montreal last night. Mm-hmm. Last night's game for the Sabres, the first period was not good.
No. It looked like the first periods.
Yes. Which, that can be a different conversation. The rest of it, would it be a hot take to just say the rest of it looked like a hockey game from a team that plays pretty hard, whose fan base doesn't hate them all the time? I thought it looked like a regular hockey game. The Sabres in the second period, to me, had juice. They played with some edge. They played with some emotion. You saw, dust-ups between Buffalo and Montreal. I saw Samuelson defending teammates.
Yeah.
So
2 games in a row with that, by the way.
You got Tage defending. It's funny because whenever something on the ice where a guy's supposed to defend a guy doesn't happen, that becomes DEFCON 1, all anybody can talk about, and a full reflection of the organization. And when players do defend each other, that's just like Tuesday. Which is how it's supposed to be.
Because it's supposed to be automatic.
But it feels like we should acknowledge the thing we've freaked out about for a while. Like, they are doing that this year.
Yeah.
Does it ultimately mean wins? Time will tell. But they're doing the thing that people hate about them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I will go back to what I thought last year after Tage got his head taken off against New Jersey and nobody ever did anything that was on the ice, which was, I didn't think this was an overall Sabres problem. I thought it was a Samuelson power problem more than anything. Because 2 games in a row, someone's gone after Dahlin, and what has Tage Thompson done? Without a hesitation. He's right in there. And his gloves are off. But Tage has always been that. Mm-hmm. And so is Dahlin, and so have a lot of those guys. The Samuelson one is the new one. Him being a more aggressive last game, throwing a guy into the net and then dragging him out by the collar. Last night, defending a teammate. That's the new part, is Samuelson, I think, doing it. And if everybody is doing it, then that's the bigger part of it anyway. Because you can have 3 of your important players that are willing to defend and to get into that stuff all the time. But if I've got 2 big defensemen that never are, then that's going to be the reputation. Sabres fall in Montreal last night by a 4-2 final. They are playing next tomorrow at home against the Red Wings. That'll be a 7:30 puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6:30 here on WGR. The Blue Jays are on to the World Series. George Springer, it's a 3-run home run in the 7th inning to put the Jays up 1. They close it out and beat the Mariners in 7. They will play the Dodgers, with Game 1 being on Friday night in Toronto. Last night on Monday Night Football, Lions beat the Bucks, and the Texans fall against the Seahawks, Houston falling to 2-4 on the year. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Matheson up top. Here's a chance for Gallagher at the post. Second chance, third chance, stopped by Lyon. And it's pretty wild in front of that Buffalo net right now.
Big save for Alex Lyon, who was in net again last night for the Buffalo Sabres. They did lose the game, though, falling to the Montreal Canadiens. It's one of the moments of the game, for the moments in your life. They're brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Sabres fall to Montreal. They are back home for a game against the Columbus Blue Jackets tomorrow. So Columbus tomorrow. Detroit.
Red Wings
yes,
tomorrow.
Detroit tomorrow. Columbus is later in the week. Well,
Toronto.
Next week. Toronto. What?
Detroit and then 2 Torontos. Yeah.
Columbus is next Tuesday. Sorry.
Next
I knew
Tuesday.
Columbus was coming. It's a week.
Really excited for the Columbus
I
game.
guess so. It's a week from today, that game against Columbus. So, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. If you want to throw something at us on the Sabres, you can. If you want to throw something our way on the Blue Jays, you can do that too. Last night's games. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 100 yards and a receiving touchdown for the 3rd straight game for Seattle.
And he's
I'm gonna
unbelievable.
I'm going to bust out a word on Jackson Smith and Jigba that we haven't used in a while. Witch. Jackson Smith and Jigba is a witch.
Who was a witch?
Joe
we
Brady.
Did use it.
We were using Joe Brady as a witch.
The Joe Brady witch meter.
Yeah, Joe Brady is a witch. JSN is a witch.
Yeah.
Because he got drafted, and it was like, well, physically, he's not the most impressive guy. He just gets open all the time and catches everything and is awesome.
Uh-huh.
So JSN is a witch. Another 100 yards, a touchdown against a good Texans defense, and they win. So the Seahawks are having themselves a good season. And the Lions, to me, I think the Lions are the best team in football. How far away are the Bills from the Lions? Maybe we do it this way, too. Like, we always talk about how the Bills would match up against XYZ, and it's almost always the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. And now we've added the Patriots. What happens in a Bills-Lions game? I know we saw it last year, and the Lions lost. But
The Bills just scorched them.
I guess the question gets to about the Bills. I saw Nate Geary tweeting about this yesterday, because Chris Sims says he thinks the Bills lack pop. They lack juice. They lack a supporting cast for Josh Allen. And Nate he got into something that Brandon Beane said last year, which was, what are we talking about here? The Bills being broken or not having playmakers. They just last year scored 30 points per game and on and on and on. Like, we've heard that a lot. And my question is, how much does that mean to you right now? How much does it mean to you, to anybody, that they have last year as a resume builder? Because I brought this up last week. It occurs to me, every evaluation of football 7 weeks in is about last year. Mm-hmm. Still is. Oh, the Colts? Pfft, that's Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Have you seen what Daniel Jones is doing this year? Nobody cares. I know what Daniel Jones is, right? The Chiefs, oh, wow, 3-3. They're off to a rough start. Who cares? Last year. They're awesome last year. Mm-hmm. And the Bills are getting the benefit of the doubt on what they look like through 6 games, in large part because of last year. So,
yeah.
How much does it mean to you, and how much should it mean that last year happened and they had a great offense last year, right? Had a great offense.
I mean, you even could use the last 2 years, couldn't you? That the Bills ran into a rough patch, especially offensively, in the middle of the year, and they fired a coordinator and traded for a wide receiver. And it might have felt like the sky was falling both years, especially when they're 6-6, obviously. But what happened both of the last 2 years after rough patches in the middle? Like, they figured it out. They got there. In 2 years ago, it was with a coordinator change and, a stylistic maybe problem between your personnel and what you were doing, and it just didn't matter. Like, you were just going to win the division, and you were going to find a way to score your points, and that was true last year again. So it means some. I don't want to say it means nothing, because I do want to think that even if they don't figure out how to get that pop, how they figure out how to throw the ball down the field, or maybe Coleman continues to not produce for them, that they'll still win their 11, 12 games.
Right.
And they'll get to the postseason.
And that's fine.
But I don't think – it depends what you think fine is, what you think, them being okay is, because I am looking at what their issues are right now, and I'm thinking about that becoming problems in the playoffs. And that – I think there's a difference between they'll be okay, I'm going to get to the postseason and maybe even win the division, and I'll be okay, I'm going to beat Kansas City. Nothing that I'm seeing right now is giving me any confidence of that right now, yet. So I don't think it really means – it doesn't mean everything.
No.
It definitely doesn't mean everything to me, that they've just figured it out the last couple of years after rough patches.
I'll read you Nate's tweet because, again, to me, this is worth mentioning. Just does everybody else feel this way too? Which is, last year they went through this. Last year they scored 30 points a game, and they have the same offense, but they've added Josh Palmer. Cooper and Hollins are gone, and Palmer's in, and Elijah Moore's in.
Yeah.
But most of it is the same. Continuity is there. They had a couple bad games, but again, they'll be fine. Why does the offense? Why does it feel so much worse? Is it only Allen getting sacked?
Allen getting sacked is a big reason.
Allen getting sacked and Allen taking hits is scary for a lot of reasons. But they run the ball really well still. They can lean on that again. So much of it is just back. And for all the trade for Olave chatter, me, I'd be all about having a receiver of that caliber on the team, or if it's Rashid Shaheed. I guess I look at it, Joe, and I say, of course, I've been banging the drum for receiver for 5 years, more investments at that position and just getting better there, even with Diggs. This idea that they're going to just trade for Olave, the Saints aren't going to do that, right?
Trade Olave?
Yeah. Diana Rossini reported that he's a big part of their future, and they're going to start talking extension. Okay, so take him off the board? Yeah. Shaheed? Okay, I guess. I've yet to see an idea that I think could happen and should happen. There's some I think should, but I don't think it could. Could Olave happen? No, I don't think it could.
What's the problem with the Shaheed idea?
There's not really a problem with it. I guess I just don't. I don't know why the Saints will do it, and I also think there'd be probably another team more motivated to do it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't the Patriots do Shaheed? Why wouldn't the Chiefs? Well, the Chiefs don't need any more speed. Why wouldn't?
It'd be hilarious though if they just did that too.
It would be utterly hilarious. Why wouldn't the Texans do Shaheed? Because Tank Dell's out. I don't know. Why wouldn't an NFC team try and snag him at the top of their? The Eagles don't need it. The Bucs, now that Evans is gone, I don't know if they trade him in the division, and the Bucs are pretty much flush at receiver. I don't know. Shaheed's a fine idea. I like the idea, but I see everyone pounding the table for receiver, and I think I take the GM at his word that he thinks they're more than adequate.
But how many games does he have to see before that's evident that that's not the case?
I think
if it happens 2 more times, could it change?
Isn't it more likely he saw the game against Atlanta and that reaffirmed we're good? Palmer got open downfield. This team saw that without Kincaid, and now they think I've got Kincaid, I've got Palmer. When I'm healthy, I'm going to be just fine.
Or did he see the Atlanta game and think, if Josh Palmer, am I this fragile that Josh Palmer leaves the lineup and I can't do anything?
Well, Palmer and Kincaid leave the lineup.
Palmer and Kincaid.
Yeah.
But it proves that your depth at certain skills at that position just isn't there.
That's right.
Guys that get open, and really what it could, I think if I were trying to be hopeful that they would convince themselves, okay, we do actually need to do something at this position, it wouldn't be that, well, we didn't have Palmer and Kincaid, if we have them, we'll be fine. It would be, Oh, we didn't have Palmer and Kincaid, and that really highlighted how little we can trust Keon Coleman.
That to me,
that is the guy that we need to.
That's a different conversation. If you want to talk about how the lesson is, Coleman is not yet a guy to be trusted, or maybe he's never going to be a guy to be trusted. Like, that's a conversation for, are you moving him? If you want to talk about a trade for a receiver that involves swap.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's insane to some people, the idea they would give up so soon. Would they give up this offseason? Would they trade somebody else, like Curtis Samuel, out of the middle of their receiver room and move Coleman into the slot to split time with I don't know. I feel like these are separate issues. I think that as a group, I want to take the GM for what he said. I don't think he's going to back off. He was bullish on the group. He's bullish on 30 points per game. For Nate's point about how, like, what are you worried about? They did this last year, and they added a better receiver in Josh Palmer. Isn't the GM thinking the same thing?
They also, though, last year also did add a receiver that took snaps away and routes away from a lot of these guys. And not to say Cooper was great, but like that's kind of why I like the Shaheed idea is I don't need Shaheed to go out there and play every snap and go be 10 targets a game, but like, okay, you want to move Coleman around, or how about just ask him to do one thing less that he's clearly not capable of, which is getting open down the field. Like, why don't we just take that off his plate? Well, the reason you can't take that off his plate right now is you don't have anybody else that could do it. And if you had Rashid Shaheed in the building, it's, all right, this actually helps Coleman. Why is it that Kincaid can have every backup in the world that can do everything that he can't, and he's only playing 49% of the snaps, but, Coleman's got to be out there for 100. He's got to do everything. Like, to me, surround Coleman with more help where he doesn't have to play every role, be out there for every single snap. Like, that's why I would be looking at getting one of these guys, but it's got to be the specific type. It's got to be a guy that can do a thing that I don't think Coleman is capable of, and that's why the downfield part of it with Shaheed is really enticing.
Mike in Hamburg. Hey, Mike, good morning. You're on WGR.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good.
Okay, well, first off, I heard you earlier, right before, right when you got started, about the Kansas City Chiefs, and we are going to absolutely crush them.
All right.
Not only are we going to crush them, we are going to go undefeated the rest of the year until the last game of the season. And the last game of the season is going to be determined on whether or not there's a playoff position available. I also believe that we are going to get a receiver, not necessarily sure who, and we're going to get a safety. The safety is going to be somebody that is on the couch right now.
That's not good.
Well, not necessarily. It is good.
Who is it?
Because I'm not sure yet.
So it's a retired out of work safety.
It's a couple of them that are out there.
Yeah.
And they're going to be fine. Okay. And you're going to have your box safety is going to be Jordan Poyer, and he's going to stay there the rest of the season. You got to get Rapp and throw him the hell off the team because he stinks. And you need to have somebody that can read the offense.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Mike. Undefeated and going to get a safety off the couch.
And be fine, by the way. The guy that's going to come off the couch, and who's off the couch? Do you want to call Micah Hyde back?
That's the first thought I had.
I don't know who that is.
You see, free agents, safety.
I mean, C.J. Gardner-Johnson's back available, isn't he?
Is he on the couch?
I think
he was in Baltimore briefly. Now he's on the couch.
I think he's back.
At receiver, safeties. I've got Jimmy Ward is a UFA. Is that right? Okay. Kevin Byard. I don't know if these guys are at Spot Track right now. Harrison Smith just retired, right? Anyway. All right, Mike. Best of luck. Crush the Chiefs.
How would they crush the Chiefs?
I think.
How would it look?
You should make a Andrew Filipponi-esque bet and offer to get your nipples pierced if, in fact, they crush the Chiefs.
Did he do that, by the way?
He's going to do it. He
is actually going to do it.
He's going to get his. Yeah, if you missed that, our buddy who used to work here is in Pittsburgh now said if the Pittsburgh Steelers lose to the Bengals on Thursday Night Football, he'd get his nipples pierced. He is going to do that.
Never make a bet like that on a game that's only a 5-point spread.
On a Thursday.
On a Thursday. How would it look?
Crushing the Chiefs?
Turnovers, right? It's the only thing that could happen.
Guess.
Turnovers, and the Chiefs just can't stop you running the ball.
Listen.
That'd be it. The Cook runs for 250 yards, and Mahomes throws 3 picks.
Yeah. Which
like that would be how it happens.
That could happen.
It'd be pretty amazing.
Yes, it would. 803-0550, our phone number. The offense, the defense. Tyler Lockett has asked for a release.
I think he got granted that release. Yeah, he's getting granted that.
My answer to that is no, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
You don't need Tyler Lockett. You have 3 Tyler Lockett's on the team. You don't need Tyler Lockett.
I liked Tyler Lockett like 5 years ago.
5 years ago, he was the perfect idea.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen. Which means he'll be at Bill's training camp next year.
Or he'll be one of those like veteran practice squad guys going into the playoffs.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Next year at training camp. Oh, this guy, he might have some juice left. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. You think the GM is still believing in the group he put together or will make a trade? I think he probably still believes. And he's got some reason to do so. Could they get better? Of course. But, they're fine each and every year, right? 803-0550, our number. We'll get to your calls. Paul Hamilton coming up at about 7:05 on the Sabres last night who lost in Montreal. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The Bills activated Maxwell Hairston, or at least opened his 21-day window to practice to activate him off the injured reserve. All right? That means in the next 3 weeks, you should expect him back in the lineup. He can practice, unless they're going to shut him down for the season, which to me is unlikely at this point. It was not supposed to be a season-ending injury. They're going to want to manage expectations, but he's closer to a return. Now the clock starts ticking. 21 days until you could expect him to be back on the active roster. And, of course, it could come sooner than that. So it's good news, right?
Yes, definitely.
The second stage of my Bills defense here it starts now. Hoyt, Ogunjobi, and eventually Hairston.
You think the Bills are going to get smoked on defense by the Chiefs next week, right?
Yes, I think the Bills are going to get laid to waste defensively.
Yeah. So
yes.
Hoyt,
is that wrong?
I agree with you.
Is that too pessimistic? Is that too much of a hater? Doesn't mean they're going to lose. They might beat the Chiefs, but I'd have no expectations for them to make stops in that game.
Yeah, no, like I'm with you. Like I think they're going to score in the 30s, I think. And there's a potential maybe even for the 40s. Like, I think
if they
30s
don't,
is more likely.
If they don't, it'll be because the offenses are so efficient and keep the clock ticking. But yes, I expect the Chiefs to score a lot of points per drive.
I think what Hairston might be the key to is giving fans hope that there's a difference between if that plays out and it's you can't cover these guys. Like, they have too many weapons, they have too much speed, and you've got a lot of old bodies back there. You're a slow defense. And if you can't match up with their speed, and that comes to fruition next week, I'll have Hoyt available. I'll have Ogunjobi available. What Hairston might be important to is Bill's psyche into remembering that you gave up a bunch to Kansas City, and if he performs down the stretch, you'll be thinking, all right, think back to that Kansas City game. I didn't have Max Hairston.
Right, can he make a difference?
Right. He might give you hope going into a playoff game of, yeah, I know I gave up 35 and I only forced 2 stops on the Chiefs in an entire football game, but I didn't have Hairston then, and he finished strong, and he's the exact skill set for what I would want against that team right now. Is he not?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he'll be good. Really don't. But if he were good, is he not the perfect type of player for what they would want in that specific matchup?
Yes, and I don't think that by itself would probably be enough. They need their safeties to play better. They're going to need Hoyt to go in there and make a difference. They probably need their linebackers to play better. So I don't know how many changes are coming.
It would be one of your problems.
That's
being
right.
solved.
It might be the biggest one, corner 2. That might be your biggest problem against that team. Like right now, the Bills matching up against the Chiefs, to me, feels like a scary matchup, and Hairston returning could make a difference, of course.
The way the offense is playing in this environment could be trouble. And right for the end zone, and scoring, and dunking is Jackson Smith and Jigba. Flags down afterward for the celebration. Darnold strikes to JSN.
JSN dunked on the goalpost and got a flag. Not allowed to do that.
Yep.
He also got protected by an official because Derek Stingley ripped his helmet off while JSN was trying to tackle him as they go to the sideline.
Yep.
JSN pushed him, and then JSN sits on the bench, hands up like, I didn't do anything, and the official comes over and gets between all the Texans players and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yep.
Anyway, funny kind of moment there. Have a Twitter pull up. Do you think the Bills will get things right on defense this year without making a move? You can vote yes or no in that. Yes or no. And early on, 2/3 of those voting say no. Get some calls in. Get Paul Hamilton in a moment. Craig in Rochester before the break. Hey, Craig, good morning.
Morning. I just want to let you know I'm the free agent safety coming off the couch.
Excellent. Excellent. I hope you get some reps in the system here, Craig.
It's not going to go well. No, so here's my thing with the offense. The Bills put up a historic no turnover number. If Bill Barnwell, all the national media said there's going to be variance, and you saw last year at the peak of their powers, Josh is the MVP. They have this great year. They were due to have some turnovers, more sacks. Penalties is a little different, but the offense will probably get itself back together. But we've always talked about, in Jeremy the wide receiver train, what would that do to just help this offense so it's just got a little bit more room for a little less lifting needed by Josh? I'm sure they'll turn the ball over less. I'm sure they'll take some less penalties. Josh will get sacked less. But the goal here should try to be, how can we make the offense even better? And I just think, honestly, based off how Bean's been this year, he's going to rest in his laurels. Well, we've scored 30 points a game, and that's great. But there's more that could be there, and I don't see them making the move because I think they're going to sit in their laurels. The defense will probably get a little bit better because the D-line's been improving. I just don't know about that coverage in the back end. They kind of seem lost and have too many issues. So that's where I stand on it. I think it will get better. They'll win 10 to 12 games. I just don't know if this is a different team than the last two that we've seen.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. It kind of leads to like a fundamental conversation that Bills fans probably have in their own group chats, like, what should they do? Try to be good at everything, or just try to be good at one thing, so good at one thing that's enough? A lot of ways to build a football team, I suppose.
I really think, as much as we have said that like their move at safety is going to be Jordan Poyer, I think their move on offense is going to be Gabe Davis. Like, I think he's going to play.
Well,
I think he might play a lot down the when we start getting towards the end of the season. I really think he's going to be on the field.
We'll see how that goes. You don't want to kill it before it happens, but if those are their moves,
yeah,
by the end of the season, if the season ends the same spot, that's the thing. Like, if the season ends in the same spot and those are your moves,
right,
that's embarrassing. Is it not? When they signed those guys to the practice squad, the reaction was,
I don't know.
Really?
What if
again?
What if they've traded for a corner? Does it matter?
I'm just saying, if they end up in the same spot, that's the thing. If you just make it the same place and lose to the Chiefs in the playoffs again, and say, well, what did you do this year? Like, well, we brought back Jordan Poyer and Gabe Davis. Like, okay, then you are not.
If those guys are on the field in that matchup in the playoffs, and I think they will be, then how's that going to feel? Yeah, it's going to feel like, well, that's because the roster wasn't good enough. I had to reach back into the well because I didn't have it. And I think there are too many holes for them. Why I think they're going to play is I don't think they're going to trade for everything. And I think they're going to prioritize other things. And they're going to trust those two to hold down the fort.
Sabres fall to the Montreal Canadiens last night. It is Paul Hamilton coming up on the other side. We'll talk about it with him. He's in Montreal on his way back. So a recap of last night's Sabres loss to the Canadiens, and more your chatter on football if you'd like. Lindy at 8, Carl Jones at 9 here on WGR. And the Sabres lost to Montreal last night. Mm-hmm. Last night's game for the Sabres, the first period was not good.
No. It looked like the first periods.
Yes, which that can be a different conversation. The rest of it would it be a hot take to just say the rest of it looked like a hockey game from a team that plays pretty hard, whose fan base doesn't hate them all the time? I thought it looked like a regular hockey game. The Sabres in the second period, to me, had juice. They played with some edge. They played with some emotion. You saw, dust-ups between Buffalo and Montreal. I saw Samuelson defending teammates.
Yeah.
So
2 games in a row with that, by the way.
You got Tage defending. It's funny because whenever something on the ice where a guy's supposed to defend a guy doesn't happen, that becomes DEFCON 1, all anybody can talk about, and a full reflection of the organization. And when players do defend each other, that's just like Tuesday, which is how it's supposed to be.
It's because it's supposed to be automatic.
But it feels like we should acknowledge the thing we've freaked out about for a while. Like, they are doing that this year.
Yeah.
Does it ultimately mean wins? Time will tell. But they're doing the thing that people hate about them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I will go back to what I thought last year after Tage got his head taken off against New Jersey and nobody ever did anything that was on the ice, which was, I didn't think this was an overall Sabres problem. I thought it was a Samuelson power problem more than anything. Because 2 games in a row, someone's gone after Dahlin, and what has Tage Thompson done? Without a hesitation. He's right in there. And his gloves are off. But Tage has always been that. And so is Dahlin, and so have a lot of those guys. The Samuelson one is the new one. Him being a more aggressive last game, throwing a guy into the net and then dragging him out by the collar. Last night defending a teammate. That's the new part, is Samuelson, I think, doing it. And if everybody is doing it, then that's the bigger part of it anyway, because you can have 3 of your important players that are willing to defend and to get into that stuff all the time. But if I've got 2 big defensemen that never are, then that's going to be the reputation. You think the Bills are going to get smoked on defense by the Chiefs next week, right?
Yes, I think the Bills are going to get laid to waste defensively.
Yeah.
Yes. Is that wrong? I
agree with you.
Is that too pessimistic? Is that too much of a hater? Doesn't mean they're going to lose. They might beat the Chiefs, but I'd have no expectations for them to make stops in that game.
Yeah, no, like I'm with you. Like I think they're going to score in the 30s, I think. And there's a potential maybe even for the 40s. Like, I think
if they
30s
don't,
is more likely.
If they don't, it'll be because the offenses are so efficient and keep the clock ticking. But yes, I expect the Chiefs to score a lot of points per drive.
I think what Hairston might be the key to is giving fans hope that there's a difference between if that plays out and it's you can't cover these guys. Like, they have too many weapons, they have too much speed, and you've got a lot of old bodies back there. You're a slow defense. And if you can't match up with their speed, and that comes to fruition next week, I'll have Hoyt available. I'll have Ogunjobi available. What Hairston might be important to is Bill's psyche into remembering that you gave up a bunch to Kansas City, and if he performs down the stretch, you'll be thinking, all right, think back to that Kansas City game. I didn't have Max Hairston.
Right, can he make a difference?
Right. He might give you hope going into a playoff game of, yeah, I know I gave up 35 and I only forced 2 stops on the Chiefs in an entire football game, but I didn't have Hairston then, and he finished strong, and he's the exact skill set for what I would want against that team right now. Is he not?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he'll be good. Really don't. But if he were good, is he not the perfect type of player for what they would want in that specific matchup?
Yes, and I don't think that by itself would probably be enough. They need their safeties to play better. They're going to need Hoyt to go in there and make a difference. They probably need their linebackers to play better. So I don't know how many changes are coming.
It would be one of your problems.
That's
being
right.
solved.
It might be the biggest one, corner 2. That might be your biggest problem against that team. Like right now, the Bills matching up against the Chiefs, to me, feels like a scary matchup, and Hairston returning could make a difference, of course.
Sabres fall last night in Montreal, 4-2 final. Now 2-4 on the season. Yuri Kulik and Tyson Kozak getting the 2 goals for Buffalo last night. They are next in action tomorrow against the Detroit Red Wings. That'll be back at home for a 7:30 puck drop. And then Friday, they're back at home against Toronto, also a 7:30 puck drop. Last night, Monday Night Football doubleheader. Buccaneers fall to the Lions 24-9. Mike Evans goes out of that game with a broken collarbone. He's expected to miss, if not all the rest of the season, most of the rest of the season. So his 1,000-yard receiving streak will come to an end this year. Seahawks beat the Texans 27-19. The Toronto Blue Jays are going to the World Series, a 4-3 win over the Mariners in Game 7. George Springer had a 3-run home run in the 7th inning to win it. Game 1, Blue Jays-Dodgers will be on Friday in Toronto. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Mr. Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline to recap the Sabres and Canadiens from last night. The Sabres fall to Montreal. Paul, good morning. Before we get to that, I kind of have a little question for you as a Yankee fan, if you would.
Yes, I would like Don Mattingly to become their manager.
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay.
That's good. That's good.
He's on his way to the
The
World
question
Series.
I was going to ask was, Joe dabbles a little Blue Jay fandom. I have dabbled there as well a little bit over the years. And it feels like every time the Blue Jays are good, Yankees and Red Sox fans are like, it won't last. It won't last. And here they are in the World Series, granted for the first time in like 35 years, whatever, like 30 years. So happy for them, or hardcore rooting against the Dodgers because of divisional alignments and such?
When I was a kid, I had an American League team and a National League team, and the Dodgers were my National League team.
Wow,
So that's
there
why
you go.
I would be looking for the Dodgers, but I always felt with the Blue Jays, if the Yankees can't win, let it be the Blue Jays. Mm-hmm. You know, I always kind of liked the Blue Jays. You know, of course, I like the Yankees better. But, and this year it was rather obvious the Blue Jays were a much better team than the Yankees right from the get-go. I mean, when they first started playing against each other this year, it was very obvious. There wasn't even a comparison between the two teams. So I knew the Blue Jays were better. You were hoping the Yankees somehow would pull it out, but it didn't surprise me at all that the Blue Jays dominated the Yankees like they did.
You know, I'm just thinking about this now, Paul, because did you see the video yesterday? Was it Vlad Guerrero Jr. came in wearing an Austin Matthews jerseys, and all the Toronto fans went, uh-oh.
I thought that was a mistake. Listen, understanding that jinxes and energy, whatever, I thought mistake.
By Guerrero?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And a Leaf fan must have been, whatever.
Oh, they were shook. At least on Twitter, at least.
Yes. But. I would have been totally shaken by that.
Right. So
see, I didn't know what until just this second. I had no idea what everybody was talking about.
Okay.
I heard all the craziness about it. I'm like, who cares? We're wearing Matthews jersey. Now that you guys are talking about it, now I understand what you guys are
Yeah, just because of the Leafs and the playoff failure.
Right.
Paul, we're very accustomed to Toronto fans taking over the building. Friday night, the Leafs are here and the Blue Jays are playing Game 1 of the World Series in Toronto. I don't know, should we I guess I wouldn't even know how to guess this. We've never seen it, right? Like, guessing what contingency from Toronto we might get. Could be less. Could be less than normal.
Well, yeah, because people are going to want to watch the World Series,
right?
Then sit and watch the Leafs. And I would think they would want to watch the World Series over sitting in the arena watching the Leafs play. So, yeah, I think it will affect it in ways like that you won't have as many there because of that. I know I was going to just drive down because I don't take the train for Sabre games because I got to stay late. Mm-hmm. You know, I got to get post-game and that kind of stuff, and I'm afraid there's not going to be a train for me to go back. But this time there's no way I'm driving to Toronto. I'm driving halfway. I'm getting on the train. There will be plenty of trains because the baseball game I think starts at 8.
Right.
And the hockey game will be over. My post game will be over. I'll have plenty of time to hop on a train. I don't even think those people will be out of stadium yet. So I do not want to drive in Toronto on Saturday with the World Series there.
Yeah. Paul, last night the Sabres in Montreal, a loss, so their win streak comes to an end, and I guess there's good and bad from this game, and one of the negatives would be that we saw a team that basically missed an entire period, which happens probably too often for this team, just 6 games in.
Yeah, when they did get the offensive zone, at least I thought, well, good. They're still going to the net. They didn't have that much offensive zone time, but when they did, they were around the net trying to get in there. Lindy Ruff made the first period. Montreal apparently had a very good game plan. I guess the Sabres are very predictable on their breakouts. And Montreal just basically got in the way, got in the passing lane, and the Sabres are having a horrible time trying to get out of their end. Ruff made some adjustments in the first intermission. They had 26 shots in the last 2 periods, and it was one of those, by the time the game was over, I think it was a pretty 50-50 even game. Sometimes the Sabres had their way, sometimes the Leafs had their way. Both teams missed some golden opportunities. Because I asked Lindy Ruff after the game, I didn't use the word cute, but I said, did you guys pass up on some really good scoring opportunities? He goes, yeah, we did, but he goes, so did they. He goes, it was one of those games where both teams were passing up some really good scoring chances in there. And so the Sabres got there. I thought the game wouldn't even be a blip on the radar if they hadn't lost their first 3 and now 2 and 4. But it makes it you got to win that game. You can't go down to 2 and 4 now, type of a game. But I don't think it's a bad game. I don't think it's a horrible loss. They made the adjustments they needed to make to get back into the hockey game. Really, the things I didn't like is the second goal by Montreal, where 2 Sabres are standing next to Slokowski and nobody did anything. They just stood next to him. Nobody covered him. Kulik was there. Samuelson was there. I don't know if one thought the other had him. I asked Kulik after the game if he thought Samuelson had him, and he goes, I don't know. I don't really remember. I got to look. He goes, I don't know who should have. But the standing around watching a guy tap the thing into an empty net, I mean, yeah, it was a good play by Dobson to hold on to the puck. He put down Lyon. But, you got to have your goaltenders back door there. That's one of the things the Sabres were really weak at for a long time, is leaving the back door open for tap-ins like that. But they just didn't pick it up, and that's the problem I had. They were good in front of the offensive net. They were playing hard, but defensively like that, it's you guys can't just stand there and watch him. Somebody's got to pick this guy up.
Did you think similarly about the goal where Krebs couldn't get it cleared, and then him and Power ended up kind of standing there? No, was that one
a little bit of bad luck? I mean, he swung at the puck. He was there. You got to clear the puck out of there. I didn't mind that. Yeah, he could have maybe just knocked down the guy, but he was right there, and he fanned. I mean, what are you going to do? You miss the puck when you. I mean, if he doesn't fan, he knocks the puck into the corner and gets it out of there, and the puck's out of danger. Because I had a couple of fans say, why doesn't he just knock it down and let Lyon, take the shot? Or knock the player down and then, go from there. Yes, you could do it that way too, but he was there. He was right there. It wasn't like it was a crazy play or anything. It's all right, get the puck out of there. And he fanned, and the Canadian didn't fan, and it's in the net. The third goal is, I said to Brian, I think this is the first time all year we're going to say that Lyon would want that one back. I don't think we could have said that on any goal we've seen so far this year. But there was no screen. It wasn't a real hard shot, and he just looked like he missed it. But, hey, the guy's human. Come on, the way he's played. Even this game, I could make a case that both goaltenders could have been the stars in this game. I thought they were very good. Yeah, that's one he'd want back. But I thought both goaltenders made some really good saves in this game.
Paul Hamilton on the Wester Hotline, chatting with us about the Sabres and Canadiens last night. Paul, they've got, you mentioned it was the kind of game that would just, I don't know, maybe like blend in and be a regular hockey game, if not for their opening 3-game losing streak. And I kind of said the same thing to Joe. Like in the second period, they looked like a team that was playing with energy. And I heard you on the pregame show with Shope and the Bulldog talking about this as well. The idea that they're younger players that have come in can maybe be a little bit of the shakeup that the whole group needs. They're like, we're just a hockey team. We're not some, ship that's already sinking because of 3 straight losses. I know that around here things can pile up quickly, but whether it's Doan or if it's Benson or if it's Kulik, like you've got some players here that can really kind of spark a little bit of energy in the way that they play.
Yeah, and I liked having Kulik on in the post game. He's still not happy with his game. I thought he played a good game yesterday, and ever since Lindy Ruff basically benched him in practice. And told him he didn't like his first 3 games and he has to be much, much better. I think each game he's gotten better. And I thought he played pretty well. Just the work that they put in on his goal, he and Benson. They're on the wall. They win the battle. They go to the battle together. They win the battle. They split up. Kulik goes to the net. Benson gets it to him. He makes he's very patient on the back end to wait for Dobish to open up the pads a little bit and scores. That's the Kulik that. And I also noticed Kulik doing a good job in the defensive zone a couple of times too, watching him. So it seems like message received, and it seems like he's not happy. He goes, nah, I can be better. I'm not there yet. And I was happy to hear him say that.
Paul, have you liked Thompson's game the last couple of nights? I think last night we saw some turnovers, but I don't know, like when he's not scoring goals, maybe that's what it comes down to is if he's scoring goals, he's giving you value. And I don't know, like have you seen anything from him the last couple of nights that you've liked or not liked?
Somebody said to me that he thought he was having a really bad game during the game. And I thought, well, he's got 8 shot attempts, and it was in the second period.
Yeah.
And I said, at this point in the game, he's got 8 shot attempts. What happens with him is, he's going to carry the puck some. I think that's going to produce some turnovers now and then because, with a player like him, he's got to have the puck, and a lot of the times he'll make something happen out of it, which he did at other times during the game, where he would get the puck to the net. And on the power play, he had 2 really good chances. He had another play where he came around in a wraparound and had a good chance and then set up Benson for a one-timer. Those were 2 great saves by Dobish where the Sabres could have, tie the game there. I think the couple of turnovers that maybe you're talking about or the person who was writing me talked about, yes, they're there. Yes, you'd like to clean those up. But I think some of it is a product of he's going to be carrying the puck a lot. And that's what he does. And that's how he scores 45 goals or 44 goals or, having the puck and creating offense. And sometimes it goes a little bit south on him. But I don't know. I just didn't think he was playing as poorly as maybe the guy who was writing me thought he was. And maybe it was a turnover or 2 that was aggravating him also. And what I was seeing, he said he thought he was slow. And I didn't. No, I thought he's getting up ice pretty well. I didn't think he was slow, and he was getting good shooting opportunities and taking the opportunities to shoot the puck.
Paul Hamilton with us. Paul, were you impressed by Montreal? Paul, they're young, they're fast. They added Dobson this offseason, made the playoffs last year. I don't know, when you watch them last night, do you feel like that's a team that could do even more than they did last year, which was just a wild card spot?
Yeah, no, they are. They're a good young team. Demidov is a good young player. He's a little bit like Thompson. He's going to carry the puck. He's going to do some things that make you, ooh, wow. And he's also going to go, oh, come on, you turn the puck over there, because he wants the puck and he wants to try to do special things with it. I do think they're a good young team. And, of course, Suzuki, every year he just seems to get better. He gets to Montreal. He was okay. And next thing you know, he's a really good player last year. And, he had 2 assists in this game, and he put himself up to 10 points this year. And just watching him play, he's always, on the puck. He's good in all 3 zones. And, you got him and Caulfield at the top of your scoring list, which, of course, that's who's going to be up there. Sabres, by the way, did a good job on Caulfield yesterday. He didn't really hurt them too badly as far as what he can do and what he is capable of creating. But, I do think they're a good young and up-and-coming team. They had to kind of pivot in goal because Dobish has been great. Montembeault, who really helped them go last year and got them on that streak because he was just red hot. His numbers are horrendous. He had played 6 games. Dobish has now played 3 and has been lights out in all 3 games that he's played. So I don't know if he's now the number 1 goaltender or getting close to it. But they got to get the goaltending they got last year, and they're getting it from a different guy. And, hey, as long as you're getting it from somebody, it doesn't really matter who it is.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline chatting Sabres, who lost to Montreal. Next up, another divisional game Wednesday. It'll be the Detroit Red Wings that come to town, and then home and home with Toronto. Thanks, Paul. Safe travels.
Take care, guys.
All right. Sabres coming back from Montreal, looking to beat the Red Wings, who are atop the division last I checked. They've had a good start to the season.
Yep. So you leads the NHL in points right now?
Team or player?
Player.
Is it Jack?
16 points already this season. That team, whatever. Sometimes evil empires are good for sports. I think the Dodgers are becoming this right now in baseball. I think the Golden Knights might become this.
Good for sports?
Like good for hockey, like a common villain.
Well,
because they steal everybody's best players and they spend a lot of money and they're good and they're fun and they're new and,
The silence you heard or didn't hear. Do you hear silence? You do not hear silence.
You definitely...
Huh? Is silence a sound?
You don't hear it. No. No, silence is not. Silence is, I think, legitimately the absence of a sound.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, the silence you heard when you said, who's leading the league, and I guess Jack, and I just nodded.
Yeah.
Do you know what the Golden Knights will kind of always represent to me? Granted, they had an expansion draft and they got a bunch of players and they made side deals with teams or teams made bad deals. The Vegas Golden Knights will always be a team that came into the NHL run by an old boys club and an owner that said, why don't we just dominate this league? And they just do.
Yep.
I mean, I don't want to go so far as saying embarrassing for the league, but it really exposed the league as this network of GMs. You got to be careful. You want to do that? No. We're just going to come in and trade for all the good players and draft
all
picks.
All the good players.
What are draft picks? First-round picks. First and second-round picks.
Right.
Who cares about that stuff?
And they're not quite a dynasty yet. They've won cup, and Florida's the dynasty right now, right? Or they're closing in on it. But they're just... who's their best player they drafted? Again, that doesn't matter. But that's part of how I think you become a villain is if you're just spending all the money because people are jealous, right?
People are jealous.
That's why I would get there. Is I'm jealous of what they have. Where Mitch Marner's available, yeah, we'll take him.
Yep, we'll get him.
Noah Hannafin's available. They don't even need him. Just we'll take him too. Some of these guys they don't even need. Thomas Hertl was available 2 years ago. He's on their third line. We'll take him. He's good. Just every good player that becomes available. Who's the betting favorite? Vegas.
Aren't they a little bit like? There's a crossover here to the Rams. When the Rams won their Super Bowl, they got this reputation of it's bleep them picks, and the antithesis of draft and develop. And I guess the reason that it makes people uncomfortable sometimes, other GMs and other league hierarchies, you're not supposed to do it that way. No, you're supposed to win. What you're supposed to do is win. And how you get to where you win is a good story, but what you're supposed to do is win.
Because I'm actually looking at their lineup. I don't know who their best players they drafted. Well, I mean, to be fair to them, they haven't had as many drafts as some other teams.
This brings up a point that last night I checked to see, and did you know that in the very near future, this month, Peyton Krebs will play his 300th game as a Sabre.
Wow. 300th? That's a lot. How many goals?
In those 300?
I don't need to know.
In the 300 games as a Sabre?
I don't need to know.
He's played 289 games as a Sabre.
Yeah.
How many goals?
40.
30. Mo in Connecticut. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Mo, you there?
Mo's not there. Hey, Mo.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to call, man. And Josh is a superstar in Buffalo. He used to have that big poster on the building. And obviously it's super obvious, but I just think we need a big face, a big name right next to his face, right? We need like Justin Jefferson and his quarterback. I think we need that's hard to get. I think it's time to get a big name star in Buffalo next to Josh. And I think maybe Buffalo's scared to get a star next to, hey, it's time. He's over with the fans. Put someone else over. Thanks.
Thanks, Mo.
Yeah, it is very hard to get Justin Jefferson. Do we even have a grasp of really what the Bills can afford right now?
Well,
like what can they add
cap space wise?
Yeah, like if they wanted a $12 million player right now, they can do that. We think
they could probably make that happen. Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
if they want a $20 million player, probably not.
That's tougher. Yeah. I mean, team cap space. They created some. They have it says they've got 2.7 in cap space right now, which they'd have to make more for almost anybody they would add. Could you trade a player away? Could you restructure?
Right.
Yeah. So they don't have much. The thing I would say, because sometimes people want to call and make a point about, who's the best receiver to win a Super Bowl? Who's the best this? Who's the best that? How many teams win a Super Bowl with one Hall of Fame player?
Like only one?
Only one. Only one Hall of Fame player is on that roster. How many teams win that way?
That's a really good question.
Because
it doesn't feel like it's going to be a long list.
How many, and this might be self-fulfilling, where if you win Super Bowls, you're more likely to get Hall of Famers.
Sure.
But right now the Bills have...
Well, if the Bills won the Super Bowl this year, does suddenly what? Greg Rousseau is a Hall of Famer?
Or Dawkins. I don't know. Maybe Dawkins. Maybe Dawkins gets there if they win enough. But you need Hall of Famers, plural.
Right.
And the Chiefs this entire time that they've been great have at least three. In Mahomes and Kelsey and Chris Jones. And, of course, like Andy Reid.
I was going to say, you want to leave the coach out or you want to include the coach?
And you win a Super Bowl, you tend to become a Hall of Fame coach.
Fair.
That's generally how that goes. The Chiefs have had three. How many do the Eagles have? Barkley is for sure. Is Lane Johnson?
Yes.
Like they've got some linemen that are going to the Hall of Fame.
Yes. Is A.J. Brown on that path? Probably on the path. He's got to do more.
He's got to do more.
They got guys that are on that path.
I just think when we
the Rams had a bunch.
The Rams, is Stafford going to make it?
Stafford will make it. Vaughn was on that team.
Whitworth, is he going to make it?
Whitworth, okay.
I don't know.
Cooper Kupp.
Maybe. Cooper Kupp has probably got a good look at it.
See, like some of these guys they're arguable, but they're like in the conversation. There's not a Bills player other than you mentioned Dawkins. Beyond that, nobody's even worth bringing up.
Yeah,
not right now.
Diggs was
Terrell Bernard. Get out of here.
Diggs was on track
Cook.
if he had a couple more good seasons with the Bills and won a lot. Like he could have been in the mix. But that broke apart. But I still think he's pretty far.
Yeah.
The point is,
it's a good point though. Like it's the '90s Bills.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that team had 4 Hall of Famers. Probably should be 5. Like, that team had Hall of Famers on it, which is why, like, almost a dynasty, like, whatever. It's a good point. Like, they don't even have close to that, I don't think, other than Josh and Dawkins. And that's part of the point about their roster. The roster...
Unless Kincaid starts to really have this breakout and...
part of it is they did choose this. Like, they chose to keep all the pretty good guys. All of them.
Well, did they let a great guy go?
No, but they made it harder for themselves to someday get that great player because everyone that was only pretty good, they locked up.
Sure. I mean, Diggs is like the best player to let go. Yeah, I mean, how many truly great players have they turned down the opportunity to have? They went for Vaughn. I mean, Vaughn, Hall of Famer. He would have been on that team if he'd stayed healthy. Anyway.
But at the beginning, like, they turned themselves down to, like, Micah Parsons, if you want to make that available. Like, whatever. Like, there are opportunities you turn down in the future when you sign Bernard, Cook, Benford, Rousseau, all of them.
Dawson Knox.
Spencer
Brown.
When you keep almost everybody around, that's great. Draft, develop, whatever. You are passing on the opportunity, though, to get better than players that are only pretty good.
Yeah.
That's kind of where, like, this last week or so, I've been thinking about their roster around Josh Allen as like a drought roster and the similarities because that's something that the Bills did forever. Chris Kelsey. Oh, 4 sacks. He's pretty good. Pro. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, let's sign him to a 5-year deal.
Epinesa.
In that
AJ Epinesa getting a deal.
I don't know. I heard a caller in the afternoon show talk about the Bills and complacency and whatnot. And when I think about, settling for what you are right now, it's not about the coach, or it's not about even, I guess it would be about the GM for this point. It's why am I constantly settling for players that are only pretty good and basically blocking future efforts to go get these Hall of Fame talents when they become available, that if that happened today, name a play. This guy called in about Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson demands a trade today because he hates Carson Wentz.
You can't have him.
You can't even try. You don't have the room. You can't even make an effort to go get a guy like that. Right. You couldn't even try to go get Micah Parsons if you wanted to before the season when he was available.
And there's one more piece of this, the quarterback conversation. At the start of the quarterback, hey, when you pay a quarterback that really hurts your team, I feel like you've got to leave space for. No, when you have a great one and you pay him, you are then back at an advantage. We kind of laid this out where, paying the quarterback, it gets tougher. Right, sure. There's a window on a rookie contract where you've got great value. Like if you're Jaden Daniels, Drake May, the Patriots have an unbelievable value on Drake May for a couple of years. And then they're going to sign him. And if he's truly great, they push enough money in the future like the Bills have with Allen that the cap hit is not that bad. And you actually have a built-in advantage yet again. All this is just, word vomit about the caller's point. How do you find your way to another great player? That's what this offseason was about. This offseason we went into it saying find greatness, wherever that is. Doesn't matter what position it is. Find greatness. And, we're waiting to see if any of these players they've drafted, Hairston, Deion Walker, or Kincaid growing into that. Anyway, 803-0550. Wide open phone lines for you. Lindy at 8 and Carl Jones of WIVB Channel 4 joining us at 9 o'clock here on WGR. And the Sabres lost to Montreal last night. Mm-hmm. Last night's game for the Sabres, the first period was not good.
No. It looked like the first periods.
Yes. Which, that can be a different conversation. The rest of it, would it be a hot take to just say the rest of it looked like a hockey game from a team that plays pretty hard, whose fan base doesn't hate them all the time? I thought it looked like a regular hockey game. The Sabres in the second period, to me, had juice. They played with some edge. They played with some emotion. You saw, dust-ups between Buffalo and Montreal. I saw Samuelson defending teammates.
Yeah.
So
2 games in a row with that, by the way.
You got Tage defending. It's funny because whenever something on the ice where a guy's supposed to defend a guy doesn't happen, that becomes DEFCON 1, all anybody can talk about, and a full reflection of the organization. And when players do defend each other, that's just like Tuesday. Which is how it's supposed to be.
Because it's supposed to be automatic.
But it feels like we should acknowledge the thing we've freaked out about for a while. They are doing that this year.
Yeah.
Does it ultimately mean wins? Time will tell. But they're doing the thing that people hate about them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I will go back to what I thought last year after Tage got his head taken off against New Jersey and nobody ever did anything that was on the ice, which was, I didn't think this was an overall Sabres problem. I thought it was a Samuelson power problem more than anything. Because 2 games in a row, someone's gone after Dahlin, and what has Tage Thompson done? Without a hesitation. He's right in there. And his gloves are off. But Tage has always been that. Mm-hmm. And so is Dahlin, and so have a lot of those guys. The Samuelson one is the new one. Him being a more aggressive last game, throwing a guy into the net and then dragging him out by the collar. Last night defending a teammate. That's the new part, is Samuelson, I think, doing it. And if everybody is doing it, then that's the bigger part of it anyway. Because you can have 3 of your important players that are willing to defend and to get into that stuff all the time. But if I've got 2 big defensemen that never are, then that's going to be the reputation. You think the Bills are going to get smoked on defense by the Chiefs next week, right?
Yes, I think the Bills are going to get laid to waste defensively.
Yeah.
Yes. Is that wrong? I
agree with you.
Is that too pessimistic? Is that too much of a hater? Doesn't mean they're going to lose. They might beat the Chiefs, but I'd have no expectations for them to make stops in that game.
Yeah, no, like I'm with you. Like I think they're going to score in the 30s, I think. And there's a potential maybe even for the 40s. Like,
well,
I think
if they
30s
don't,
is more likely.
If they don't, it'll be because the offenses are so efficient and keep the clock ticking. But yes, I expect the Chiefs to score a lot of points per drive.
I think what Hairston might be the key to is giving fans hope that there's a difference between if that plays out and it's you can't cover these guys. Like, they have too many weapons, they have too much speed, and you've got a lot of old bodies back there. You're a slow defense. And if you can't match up with their speed, and that comes to fruition next week, I'll have Hoyt available. I'll have Ogunjobi available. What Hairston might be important to is Bill's psyche into remembering that you gave up a bunch to Kansas City, and if he performs down the stretch, you'll be thinking, all right, think back to that Kansas City game. I didn't have Max Hairston.
Right, can he make a difference?
Right. He might give you hope going into a playoff game of, yeah, I know I gave up 35 and I only forced 2 stops on the Chiefs in an entire football game, but I didn't have Hairston then, and he finished strong, and he's the exact skill set for what I would want against that team right now. Is he not?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he'll be good. Really don't. But if he were good, is he not the perfect type of player for what they would want in that specific matchup?
Yes, and I don't think that by itself would probably be enough. They need their safeties to play better. They're going to need Hoyt to go in there and make a difference. They probably need their linebackers to play better. So I don't know how many changes are coming.
It would be one of your problems.
That's right.
Solved.
It might be the biggest one, corner 2. That might be your biggest problem against that team. Like right now, the Bills matching up against the Chiefs, to me, feels like a scary matchup, and Hairston returning could make a difference, of course.
Sabres fall in Montreal 4-2 last night. Next up is tomorrow in Buffalo against Detroit. 7:30 puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6:30 here on WGR. The Blue Jays are on to the World Series with a 4-3 win over the Mariners, led by George Springer's 3-run home run in the 7th inning. Game 1, Jays and Dodgers in Toronto, will be Friday night. Doubleheader Monday Night Football last night. Texans fall to the Seahawks 27-19. They dropped to 2-4 on the year. Lions beat the Bucks 24-9. Both those teams now sitting at 5-2. Mike Evans out for most of the season, maybe the rest of the season, with a broken collarbone. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Quinn for Darlene's one-timer, stopped by Dobish to the rebound. The Sabres are on it. Up top to Darlene again. His wrister to the net. Rebound! Scores! Kozak goes to the net, and the Buffalo Sabres get within 1. They trail it 3-2.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. One of the Firth moments of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Sabres lose to Montreal. Next to KeyBank Center tomorrow for a game against the Detroit Red Wings. They also announced the 20th anniversary of the 05-06 team celebration.
January 15th. Can't wait.
Time to celebrate the 05-06 Sabres.
Can't wait to see what the attendance is like for that game. Not just from the fans, from the players.
Yeah.
Will be a good result. Can I get 10 of them back?
I mean, when they...
What are the odds that they get any of the European guys over here? Kodalik, Tallinder, Ludman, Afinogenov, of course. Because you'll get your Dumonts, right, and your Vaneks, and Miller already tweeted out that he'll be there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Miller's already, campaigning to get the guys down for a weekend. It sounds like it's going to be a pretty cool scene.
I want to set odds. What are my odds on a Chris Drury appearance? Like plus 10,000? How Briere closer maybe to like a 40-60 chance?
Maybe.
They play that night?
Mike Grier. The problem is these guys are GMs in the league.
Right.
So I don't know what their availability is like when that happens. Lindy should be there.
Yes, you'd think.
Mm-hmm.
They play Montreal that night.
Yep.
A team that was not really... In 05-06, where was Montreal? Were they made the playoffs.
They were at Cristobal Huey.
They lost to Carolina. They lost Saku Koivu in that playoff series and lost to Carolina.
Okay. Oh, wow. Carolina got the benefit of an injury on the other team.
Every round of the playoffs, they had major injuries on the other side.
Nice.
Must be.
There might be couple of 06 Hurricanes in attendance. We'll see.
Wonder
what their thoughts on
Kevin Adams and Eric
everybody
Stahl not be there. They should probably not go to the game.
I think they probably should take that one off.
They should take the night off. Will Kevin Adams be there?
But you mean because is he employed by then?
Will he be there? Yeah.
I think it's more likely Danny Briere is there.
Than Kevin Adams?
In the building that night? Sure.
Interesting.
I think it's more likely Adams is there than Drury, though.
Okay.
Drury just doesn't do things, right?
No.
Like, he doesn't do media. I don't know if I've ever heard him speak a word about the Buffalo Sabres since he left on July 1st, 07. Or any other team, for that matter.
Is it weird that I saw this press release and immediately started to think about like a buddy comedy where the 05-06 Sabres all get back together and they all sit around like, what do you say we all save this operation? Millsy, you win? Yeah.
You're trying to make him the GM again.
Yeah, I'm trying to make Ryan Miller the GM. I'm not going to stop trying to make Ryan Miller the GM.
Uh-huh.
All right, 803-0550. The Dolphins do not anticipate any changes. Some around the league stuff here.
I heard, I was listening to the Dan Le Batard show yesterday, and one of the guys from the Miami Herald was on there, and he said that he heard that the reason they're not firing anybody right now and won't this season is because they do not want Chris Grier joining the Brian Flores lawsuit.
Right, that there's other stuff at work.
Right. And they don't want to fire Mike McDaniel, who is biracial, because they don't want to fire another coach. They don't want anything like that.
So they're kind of just like
coming your way,
treading lightly because of a lawsuit.
A lawsuit.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
So they might. What will happen? They probably just don't make a change in season. Maybe is what happens, and they say, let's just let this thing run its course. We'll be terrible. Really, at that point, what's the difference anyway? You just go win your 2 games and be a top pick. Why would you fire McDaniel now and try and save the season? It's over.
I've been there the whole time. Like that explanation for the Dolphins makes total sense, but a better explanation to me would be their owner tried to tank before and will just do it again.
Right, but this version of tanking might be you just keep the guys employed.
Yeah, instead of tank for Tua, it's tank with Tua. Right? Like that's where they are.
Yes, that actually legitimately is where they are.
So that's the Dolphins. That's what's going on there. Rest of the AFC, the standings as they exist right now. You got the Colts on top. If the playoffs started today, you play. By the way, I've seen a playoff machine. The New York Times playoff machine is
up already.
Yes.
Come on. Week 7.
There's a version of it at least. Maybe like it's a dumbed down version of it.
Like a beta version.
Yeah. Let me find it for you. It's got odds and stuff like that. Chad Graff of The Athletic, senior writer at The Athletic, tweeted out yesterday that it is kind of live. Let me see if I can get it because we can, of course.
We will certainly play around with the Bills' odds and everything. The division, the 1 seed.
Yes, we will. We have
to. Get to learn the Colts schedule and odds, of course, which is good.
It's, it's just like
that.
it's just like when you log into your fantasy app to see the chances you're going to win that week. I don't know if you do that nonstop.
I do. Yes.
I've got an app like, all right, where are all my games at? 38%, 62%. Okay, good. Now I want to do that, but with the Bills playoff machine, the New York Times playoff machine. So I'll find that. He tweeted out a link to that yesterday.
Okay,
and they've kind of built it to a degree. So whatever that means. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Lindy Ruff, top of the hour, and we'll chat about some Bills trade deadline ideas. Also, changes. The Bills could just decide to make changes. Bench starters, move guys around. Could Keon Coleman see the field significantly less? They could just decide this is a black hole in our offense. Like, we're just not going to throw him back shoulder fades anymore.
Yep.
Try to get him in the slot instead. They've got options on what they could just flat out change. So we'll get to some of that with Carl Jones coming up at 9 o'clock. And with you as well, 803-0550 on WGR.
Paul, have you liked Thompson's game the last couple of nights? I think last night we saw some turnovers, but I don't know. Like, when he's not scoring goals, maybe that's what it comes down to. Is if he's scoring goals, he's giving you value. And I don't know. Like, have you seen anything from him the last couple of nights that you've liked or not liked?
Somebody said to me that he thought he was having a really bad game during the game. And I thought, well, he's got 8 shot attempts, and it was in the second period.
Yeah.
I said, at this point in the game, he's got 8 shot attempts. What happens with him is, he's going to carry the puck some. I think that's going to produce some turnovers now and then because, with a player like him, he's got to have the puck, and a lot of the times he'll make something happen out of it, which he did at other times during the game, where he would get the puck to the net. And on the power play, he had 2 really good chances. He had another play where he came around in a wraparound and had a good chance.
Jeremy
and then set up
for
Benson for
Wayland
a one-timer.
Brewing.
Those were 2 great saves by Dobish where the Sabres could have tied the game there. I think the couple of turnovers that maybe you're talking about or the person who was writing me talked about, yes, they're there. Yes, you'd like to clean those up. But I think some of it is a product of he's going to be carrying the puck a lot. And that's what he does. And that's how he scores 45 goals or 44 goals or, having the puck and creating offense. And sometimes it goes a little bit south on him. But I don't know. I just didn't think he was playing as poorly as maybe the guy who was writing me thought he was. And maybe it was a turnover or 2 that was aggravating him also. And what I was seeing, he said he thought he was slow. And I didn't. No, I thought he's getting up ice pretty well. I didn't think he was slow, and he was getting good shooting opportunities and taking the opportunities to shoot the puck.
And the Sabres lost to Montreal last night. Mm-hmm. Last night's game for the Sabres, the first period was not good.
No. It looked like the first periods.
Yes, which that can be a different conversation. The rest of it, would it be a hot take to just say the rest of it looked like a hockey game from a team that plays pretty hard, whose fan base doesn't hate them all the time? I thought it looked like a regular hockey game. The Sabres in the second period, to me, had juice. They played with some edge. They played with some emotion. You saw, dust-ups between Buffalo and Montreal. I saw Samuelson defending teammates.
Yeah.
So
2 games in a row with that, by the way.
You got Tage defending. It's funny because whenever something on the ice where a guy's supposed to defend a guy doesn't happen, that becomes DEFCON 1, all anybody can talk about and a full reflection of the organization. And when players do defend each other, that's just like Tuesday. Which is how it's supposed to be.
Because it's supposed to be automatic.
But it feels like we should acknowledge the thing we've freaked out about for a while. Like, they are doing that this year.
Yeah.
Does it ultimately mean wins? time will tell. But they're doing the thing that people hate about them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I will go back to what I thought last year after Tage got his head taken off against New Jersey and nobody ever did anything that was on the ice, which was, I didn't think this was an overall Sabres problem. I thought it was a Samuelsson power problem more than anything. Because 2 games in a row, someone's gone after Dahlin, and what has Tage Thompson done? Without a hesitation. He's right in there. And his gloves are off. But Tage has always been that. Mm-hmm. And so is Dahlin, and so have a lot of those guys. The Samuelsson one is the new one. Him being a more aggressive last game, throwing a guy into the net and then dragging him out by the collar. Last night, defending a teammate. That's the new part, is Samuelsson, I think, doing it. And if everybody is doing it, then that's the bigger part of it anyway. Because you can have 3 of your important players that are willing to defend and to get into that stuff all the time. But if I've got 2 big defensemen that never are, then that's going to be the reputation.
There goes Gibbs. Foot race. Winfield can't get there. Touchdown, Lions.
Jahmyr Gibbs had himself a day. Big, long touchdown run. Also had a huge 4th down run. The Lions, they just go for 4th downs. Mm-hmm. They are playing a different sport than some of these other teams, like Steelers, among others. But they just, it's routine. They're going for 4th downs all the time. They do not change what they do. And they beat the Bucs last night. Baker had a rough night, and Mike Evans hurt out until probably the end of the year. It's not necessarily gone for the year.
Yeah.
It might be if they make the playoffs, he has a chance to come back, or late in the season can come back with a broken collarbone.
Yep.
The New York Times playoff machine is back. It is up and running.
All right.
I've got the Buffalo Bills playoff simulator. You can do it where you click a game. How do you like this, that, all of it? Odds for the 1 seed, chance to make the playoffs, host the wild card, which is division, or go on the road as a wild card. Mm-hmm. And the New York Times playoff machine right now, the Athletic New York Times playoff machine, has the Bills as 90% to make the playoffs.
Okay.
I think that's fine.
That's good.
We'd expect that, 90% to make it. Their most likely outcome is, according to this, a wild card berth. New England.
Which would mean, and by that you mean road wild card berth. Obviously.
They're all, yeah.
Like a wild card spot.
Wild card spot, that's right. That New England, according to the New York Times playoff machine, is more likely to win the division right now. That's what they would put it. It's like 57-42.
Okay. On the road in the first round, which would make probably the final home game at the stadium.
Well,
Bills-Jets.
If you want it, the playoff picture that they're currently projecting is not so bad. If you're a wild card team, you open in Pittsburgh. How you like that?
They should win that game.
Yup. And then it would be the Patriots as the 2 seed.
Okay.
Would host the Chargers. and
Okay.
Chiefs host the Broncos. Chiefs win the division, host the Broncos. So Patriots and Chiefs win. All of a sudden, it's Bills at Colts, Chiefs at Patriots.
Like, I know being on the road is not ideal, but if their road to the AFC Championship was at Steelers, at Colts, I think they probably would. I would pick them to win both of those games right now.
And then they would go to the winner of New England and Kansas City.
So Kansas City again, Arrowhead.
You would think.
So they're going back to Arrowhead? Probably.
I mean, who's excited about it?
I mean, just eventually they got to win one of those there.
Noah in North Carolina before the break. Hey, Noah, good morning.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good.
You touched on it a little bit at the end of the last segment. You said how the Bills might not even do anything with the trade deadline, and I just wanted to touch on that a little bit. I'm not a schematics guy. I can't really get in depth about schematics of the game. But I will say the greatest coaches that, are on the top of the list, your Belichick's, your Tomlins, your Andy Reids, they don't always have a championship team. I mean, it's impossible to have a championship team year in and year out, but they always produce. So I'm wondering if maybe there's something internally that needs to happen rather than look for players on the outside to come into the organization.
Thanks, Noah. We kind of teased this, and we'll get to this maybe a little bit with Carl at 9 o'clock, and also after we talk to Lindy. Changes they could make in-house. I mean, adding Hoyt. Here's the real quick buzz through it version of it. Add Hoyt, add Ogunjobi. Ogunjobi's a guy that's going to play instead of practice squad defensive tackles. Hairston gets healthy. He replaces Tre'Davious White as the second corner. That might take some time, but by the playoffs, that's feasible. Keon Coleman, do they move him into the slot and decide that on the outside it's going to be Palmer and can Curtis Samuel, can Tyrell Shavers? They just stop cratering targets on the outside to Keon Coleman, which are not working, and use his skill set a little bit better. Can they start to use Khalil Shakir a little bit more vertically? He's shown some ability to do that. They just love to throw him the kind of outlet throws and the engineered touches for yak yards. And biggest, more Kincaid. Way more Kincaid.
Yep.
He's number one tight end in the NFL in yards per target, right? Yards per route run.
All of it.
Just do it more. Ditch the idea of how many people at a table are going to eat food. Everybody eats. And just feed.
Give Kincaid a big plate.
Right.
Yeah.
We need a fancy slogan for Feed Dalton.
Yeah.
Just him.
Dalton's Feast.
Something.
Something.
It needs a shirt. In order for it to be real, it needs a shirt.
Yeah.
Get
cool
paid
graphic.
with Kincaid. You're made
That's not bad.
All right, we'll work on it.
If you want to stick with the eating, though, we'll figure it out.
We'll work on it.
Get paid with Kincaid's pretty good.
Get paid with Kincaid?
The Kincaid bus?
The Kincaid Brigade. Ooh. We're here. It's time for the Kincaid Brigade.
Kind of like that. I like that more than get paid for whatever the Kincaid, the first one was.
Are you on the Kincaid Brigade? Ask a friend today and see if it gets catchy. That's what I specialize in here. All right, Lindy Ruff, Sabres head coach on the other side, and more of your phone calls on deadline stuff, the Bills opening the window for Maxwell Hairston to return from IR. He has 3 weeks to practice. So, opening that window, that's good. That's progress. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Paul, have you liked Thompson's game the last couple of nights? I think last night we saw some turnovers, but I don't know. Like when he's not scoring goals, maybe that's what it comes down to. Is if he's scoring goals, he's giving you value. And I don't know. Like, have you seen anything from him the last couple of nights that you've liked or not liked?
Somebody said to me that he thought he was having a really bad game during the game, and I thought, well, he's got 8 shot attempts, and it was in the second period.
Yeah.
I said at this point in the game, he's got 8 shot attempts. What happens with him is, he's going to carry the puck some. I think that's going to produce some turnovers now and then because, with a player like him, he's got to have the puck, and a lot of the times he'll make something happen out of it, which he did at other times during the game, where he would get the puck to the net. And on the power play, he had 2 really good chances. He had another play where he came around in a wraparound and had a good chance and then set up Benson for a one-timer. Those were 2 great saves by Dobish where the Sabres could have, tied the game there. I think the couple of turnovers that maybe you're talking about or the person who was writing me talked about, yes, they're there. Yes, you'd like to clean those up. But I think some of it is a product of he's going to be carrying the puck a lot. And that's what he does. And that's how he scores 45 goals or 44 goals or, having the puck and creating offense. And sometimes it goes a little bit south on him. But I don't know. I just didn't think he was playing as poorly as maybe the guy who was writing me thought he was. And maybe it was a turnover or two that was aggravating him also. And what I was seeing, he said he thought he was slow. And I didn't. No, I thought he's getting up ice pretty well. I didn't think he was slow, and he was getting good shooting opportunities and taking the opportunities to shoot the puck.
Dolphins do not anticipate any changes. Some around the league stuff here.
I saw I heard, I was listening to the Dan Le Batard show yesterday, and one of the guys from the Miami Herald was on there, and he said that he heard that the reason they're not firing anybody right now and won't this season is because they do not want Chris Greer joining the Brian Flores lawsuit.
Right. That there's other stuff at work.
Right. And they don't want to fire Mike McDaniel, who is biracial, because they don't want to fire another coach. They don't want anything like that.
So they're kind of just like
coming your way,
treading lightly because of a lawsuit.
A lawsuit.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
So they might. What will happen? They probably just don't make a change in season. Maybe is what happens, and they say, let's just let this thing run its course. We'll be terrible. Really, at that point, what's the difference anyway? You just go win your 2 games and be a top pick. Why would you fire McDaniel now and try and save the season? It's over.
I've been there the whole time. Like that explanation for the Dolphins makes total sense, but a better explanation to me would be their owner tried to tank before and will just do it again.
Right, but this version of tanking might be you just keep the guys employed.
Yeah, instead of tank for Tua, it's tank with Tua. Right? Like that's where they are.
Yes, that actually legitimately is where they are.
So that's the Dolphins. That's what's going on there.
Sabres fall last night in Montreal, a 4-2 final against the Canadiens. 2-4 on the year. Sabres next play against Detroit tomorrow at 7:30. That will be at KeyBank Center. We'll have pregame starting at 6:30 here on WGR. The Blue Jays are on to the World Series, beating the Mariners 4-3, Game 7 of the ALCS. Last night, George Springer hit a 3-run home run in the 7th inning, which ended up being the winner. Next for the Jays, of course, the Dodgers in the World Series. Friday is Game 1 in Toronto. Last night, a Monday Night Football doubleheader. Seahawks winning over the Texans, 2-4 for Houston. Lions beat the Bucks 24-9. Both those teams now sitting at 5-2. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Shots are 16-8 Montreal. It's just 1-0. Benson for Cooley to the net with the backhand. Scores! Yuri Cooley goes to the net, and the Sabres have tied the game here in the second period at 1 apiece.
First moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. The Sabres fall to the Montreal Canadiens. And next play home against the Red Wings tomorrow. Jeremy and Joe. Blue Jays had a great moment last night. The iconic home run, a George Springer smash, 3-run homer to put them in front. They closed it out. They beat the Mariners, who...
The poor Mariners.
Are people doing that for us? Yes, right? When the Bills lose to the Chiefs again in the AFC Championship game last year, are there people in Seattle just saying, like, that's poor Bills fans?
I think once you do it over and over and over, that wears off.
Yeah?
I think
because Seattle got really far, they never go far. We feel that for the Lions to a degree, right? Lions lose to the Niners in the NFC Championship game a couple years ago. I think like, oh man, Lions, poor Lions fans.
I think that happens once to a team like the Mariners, and you go, man, I feel bad for them. Like, but what a tough moment. They lose 5 years in a row doing the same thing. What does it sound like? It's more mocking them, isn't it? Like, this team, man, like just can't do it. I don't know, like once you do it over and over, I think it starts to change. So at this point, like if the Bills were to lose to the Chiefs, like I don't know, if I were a fan of another team and I'm sick of the Chiefs, I'd be like, Buffalo, come on. I'm sick of watching them go to the Super Bowl. Why can't you beat them once? I'd start to join in on being frustrated probably.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
So I think they are past where the Mariners are right now.
803-0550. One thing about last night there's a doubleheader Monday Night Football. Today's Tuesday, right? Do you remember a couple weeks ago? Maybe you out there don't remember this, so I'm going to bring it up. Adam Schefter tweeted he thought every Monday or Tuesday until the deadline we would see trades.
Yeah.
That there are 10 to 12 deals that'll happen, and you'll see them between now and the trade deadline coming in on Mondays and Tuesdays. All right? Is today going to bring one? Because one thing about all this trade chatter for the Bills and what they might do at the deadline, how much of our evaluation of what they do or don't do at the deadline will be basically a comparison about what the competition did? Because NHL trade deadline used to be like this, right?
Yeah.
All right, Sabres in the playoff race, and Philly made a trade. Montreal made a trade. The Rangers made a trade.
Yep.
And you look and say, all right, there's a market. Players are getting moved.
Right.
I want my team to make a trade. If this deadline is quiet and the Chiefs don't make a trade for a running back, which you've suggested they might, and I've seen that suggested, the Patriots are after a receiver. If they don't get that, if the Colts don't add wherever they might add, right? The contenders have a choice here to try and bolster and see what they can do. And if nobody does, it feels like the clamor for the Bills to have made a move will undoubtedly be less. Even if you want one, there's not a lot of movement. All right, there's not a lot of movement. It is what it is.
Especially if there are specific players that we are already talking about, or maybe it's a player that nobody knew was available that gets dealt. That happens every year.
Yeah.
And it goes, oh, that guy would have been perfect. And he gets dealt to another team. That amplifies it even more. Like, pick a guy right now in the league. Like, Cortland Sutton. There's no reason to think he would be available. He gets traded. Oh, what? Or maybe a corner would be a better name for that.
Yep.
Just whoever it is. Because, right, if it's, a couple of offensive linemen get dealt, and that's a lot, like the biggest trades in the league are O-linemen and tight ends. I don't think anybody's going to be
There's just
worried around here.
Don't have a need for that.
But if there are good corners, safeties, receivers, maybe even linebackers that are getting traded.
If Jeffrey Simmons moves, even though the Titans say they won't deal him.
Then, that's going to get met with, why didn't I do that?
Why wasn't I involved?
Why couldn't I do that? Did I make an offer? Maybe.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the Olave idea, which seems to be a very popular one out there, and he's a great receiver. I mean, first-round pick, 11th overall. He's had concussion problems, but he's a target machine there in New Orleans, and he's great. That draft class of receivers is kind of going to lead me to a point about Keon Coleman, if you will. So here, just go with me for a minute. That draft class of receivers is Drake London. He's not going anywhere.
And he's awesome.
Garrett Wilson, he already signed.
Yeah.
Right? Jameson Williams was right after Olave.
There's been trade rumors about him once in a while, but he's under contract now.
I thought they re-signed him.
Okay.
But maybe not.
But there was rumors about him like going into the draft, and then nothing ended up happening.
He signed a 3-year, $80 million extension.
All right, so he's good now.
He's signed. Yeah. Olave is not signed. Jameson Williams signed. Then there's Jahan Dotson.
Not a great player.
Non-factor. Treylon Burks. Non-factor.
Horrible player.
Non-factor. And that's just the first round.
Okay.
And it's got me thinking about Coleman to a degree because that's the 2022 draft. It is 2025, right?
Yeah.
So it's not that many years where we kind of know. Treylon Burks, you knew what that was going to be, how that was going to go. I wonder where we are this offseason with Coleman and if he could be moved, if he's going to show them in the next 10 weeks he's worth the investment they've made, or I really wonder about it. You get a lot of people talking about how he's miscast, he's in the wrong position, they're not putting him in the best spot to succeed, and that was always something you could kind of get away with when you scored 30 a game. When you have 2 weeks in a row, you score 20 and 14, all of a sudden the things that look wrong, the sirens go off a little bit louder. So they've got to get him going or decide to get him out. Right? Get going or get out.
Because just having him on the field, again, like I don't even like the temptation of him being out there for those jump balls. Like if Tyrell Shavers is out there playing his spot, I might not be getting any more added value. But is my added value that Josh isn't tempted to chuck a 30-yard pass or a 20-yard pass right off the snap to a tightly covered Tyrell Shavers? Is he throwing those passes to him the way he does to Coleman?
I don't think so.
Because those feel like wasted plays almost every time they happen. And am I not getting fades to Coleman in the goal line? Right? Because I'm at a point where I would just take having that be eliminated. And if having it being eliminated is he's not on the field, so now Josh isn't going to go for that pass and I'm going to do something else, it's a better play, then I would just settle for getting him off the field, especially in those situations. So, is he miscast? The problem is Shakir blocks the spot where you might think he's at his best, which is why it's just never really felt like a perfect fit. If the people that believed he's a big slot were correct, which more and more that looks to be true, it just doesn't fit. Because now, whenever I want to get him the ball or I want to get him involved, I'm taking Shakir off the field.
No.
And do I want to be doing that for Coleman?
Joe Marino the other day checked some of Coleman's splits and like advanced stats in the slot, and it's not much better. Like his win rate, winning routes, has not gone well in the slot either. So they got to figure it out. They came into the season challenging him. He already had a disciplinary issue, and like here we are. So anyway, Steve in Texas. Hey, Steve. Good morning.
Hey guys, this was kind of following up on your discussion earlier with the Lions and some of the fourth down stuff. I'm not trying to go for it on every fourth down guy, but I was watching that Atlanta game and they punted from midfield in the first half. I think it was like on 4th and 3, and maybe they were at the 48, and Josh jogs off the field. The other team is going to run 4 plays, and they're going to be right back to where you punted from. You might as well save some clock and at least go for it. And I think just with Josh and the offense and him getting a rhythm, I think it opens up your playbook more on 3rd and 6 where you can run and maybe Josh doesn't feel Like, I'm okay if I don't take a shot right now, or I'm not going to pick up the fourth where he can check it down and maybe somebody gets it, or they get to a 4th and 1 and they go for it. And they just use all 4 downs. All the rules of the game are for the offense. Like, you're at an advantage keeping your offense on the field. And especially with how bad this defense is, I would rather strategically see them play when they get between the 40s. Okay, we're going to use all 4 downs. You know, it's okay to throw it short or run something a little different just based upon what the defense is giving them.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. In that Atlanta game, so, like, I went ahead and Ben Baldwin said about, like, running the advanced numbers on when you should go and when you shouldn't. I ran it just for the Atlanta game, and there were 3 opportunities to go when they should have, and they went for 1 of the 3. Which, like, to me, it's just, I don't know. It's nuts. It's nuts to me because that game represented a lot of things in Atlanta. In Atlanta, it was not just that Allen didn't play well, they couldn't protect this and that, the defense had a problem. McDermott uncharacteristically punted when he normally goes.
Right. I think, though, he did that because Allen was having a bad game and because his offense was playing very poorly. He didn't.
That's fine.
He didn't trust his offense to get those 4th downs.
I understand. You know, like, there's a reason he changed what he did.
Right.
There's a reason the Lions never do. Right? The Lions say...
Yeah, they don't care how their offense is playing.
They say we know what's right.
Yeah.
Process.
But that's why I've always felt that's been a difference between McDermott and Campbell.
That's right.
I feel like Campbell goes for 4th downs because that's a philosophy of his that he thinks works. I think McDermott goes for 4th downs just because he trusts Josh Allen. In that offense. And when you lose that trust, he stops going for it. I think if Goff is having an off day and the offense isn't maybe playing to their standard, I think they're coming from different places in how they reach. I'm a guy who goes for it on 4th down all the times. Yeah. I think their motivations are very different.
To give you a number,
it's a guess because McDermott's really never said, has he? Like
how they decide?
Well, because he's talked about like how they have people that are in his ear up in the booth, but like I don't know, it feels different than what the Lions do. Even though, again, like they end up being 2 of the top coaches in the league at this.
Well, this year, where are the Bills on how often they should go for it?
I don't think they're one of the top 2 teams.
They're not.
No.
They're definitely not.
I mean, the Atlanta game really tanks that, I think.
But there's the rate you should. How many chances have you had to do this? Anyway, the Lions go for it rate when they should is above 85%.
Yeah.
And the Bills this year are right at 50.
Okay. Yeah.
At 50 is directly because of the 2 he should have gone for. If he goes for the 2 in Atlanta that he should have gone for, he's right up at the top. They've only had like 6.
Right, because they're normally, I think, in the 70s.
They're normally at the top.
Yeah.
And that Atlanta game was an example of scared off by something, scared off by your defense, scared off by your offense, scared off by it being 3 yards instead of 2 yards. Again,
maybe he doesn't trust the play that Joe Brady's going to call.
We're gonna get
2 weeks ago. He tried to hand the ball off to Khalil Shakir up the middle.
That's right. I don't want to get cute, and that's where
I don't know.
Listen, everybody's got their own answer to like the analytics, the numbers of it, and isn't the most popular answer? Oh yeah, I look at that, but each game is different. Right,
right.
It's
but not Campbell. Right, Campbell's is the anomaly on that.
Right, Campbell is the one that just flat out says like I know what's right.
Right,
I trust it. I trust all of it, and that's why when they're playing a game last night, like look at that game, they just go for 4th downs. They just go and they get him. It's very routine. So
yeah,
if the Bills had gone for those 4th downs and not gotten them, is the game any different? If they go for them and get them, those are 2 possessions that are extended in a game you lost by 2 possessions.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of the strangest things about that game. We could say a lot of things are weird in that game. The kicking in that game, just punting away, just very odd. In midfield.
Yeah. Do you have right there like how McDermott is in the postseason at this? Because I think my thought is that while maybe there's a game or 2 every year, or maybe the Atlanta game was that uncharacteristic, that I'm going to once in a while get McDermott maybe going a little conservative in those situations. I don't know, like hasn't he proven since the first AFC Championship game where he was kicking field goals to go down 11 or whatever?
Sure.
Since then that he's been pretty good in the playoffs at this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so. So, okay, I've got that for you here.
Because that's really what matters most here is, do you trust him to get it right in the playoffs?
If I go 2021 to 2024, I mean, it depends how far back you want me to go.
Since that, 20, perfect, because that's
21.
Since everyone acknowledges in that AFC Championship game, he was way too conservative.
Yes.
So since then.
So if you ever want to do this, by the way, I can give you the website. Like, if you want to do this, I have the 2020 postseason.
Yeah.
Isolated. Go to the website rbsdm.com. That's Ben Baldwin's scraping data, whatever.
Yeah.
In the 2020 postseason, the Bills, on percentage of fourth downs they should have gone for.
Yeah.
The way this is usually defined is you gain or lose 1 point of win probability, and the chances to win the game are between 20 and 100%. So this isn't fourth down.
It doesn't include garbage time. You're down by 50.
Right.
Yeah.
In the 2020 postseason, they went for 25% of the fourth downs they should have.
It's horrible.
25%.
That's really bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is very bad. Since then, in the postseason, just since then, 80%.
It's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
80%. So, in the playoffs, yes.
Yeah.
80%. Where are they this year on this? Because, again, you wanted postseason.
Right.
The last 4 postseasons, 3 postseasons, 3-4, they are 80% go for it when they should. In this football season we are in right now, they're at 50. And that's...
I guess, though, I would say I care more about the 80.
You should, of course, care more about the 80, but it kind of gets to the process of it, which is if your process says in the most important games, do this, and then you should
always do it.
You're just week 6 in Atlanta,
right?
Thinking, I don't feel good about it. What are you worried about?
All right.
This game actually means less. What are you protecting? What's your vibe?
Right.
So, I don't know. Maybe, again, most important about this maybe is the Bills don't have the exact same numbers that this Ben Baldwin site does. Every team might run their own simulations, might all that stuff. But by the Baldwin comparison, they got really conservative against Atlanta, and it was out of character.
They probably have a different standard, too, for when you should go for it. Because one thing that actually... Hasn't McDermott even said this before? That 4th and 2 and 4th and 3 are very different for him?
Yes.
Was it the Ram game last year?
It was the Cardinal game last year.
The Cardinal game.
When they kicked a field goal of death instead of going for a 4th and 3.
Right. And that he had said that if it was 4th and 2 that it might have been different?
Yep.
Because sometimes in those numbers, 4th and 2 and 4th and 3 are not always that different.
Right.
But maybe in McDermott's mind it is.
And at that site that I use all the time for these graphs and these numbers for all this, they have a different part of it that looks at your individual 4th and 2s and 4th and 3s and all that.
But again, part of why I think, and this is maybe what they want to figure out between now and when the games are the most important is...
What's your best play for automatic 3 yards?
When you are on 4th and 3, what's your play right now?
Yeah.
I wonder if they don't go for it in Atlanta because McDermott doesn't like any other options.
Right,
what are they going to do?
What's our best play?
Right. I have Allen run it. I don't want to do that in week 7. Am I going to do a run on 4th and 3? Because that's never a great idea. Am I going to run a screen? Am I going to do orbit motion for the 10,000th time in an important play? What's my play?
Well, the answer is figure it out because the right thing to do is to go.
Well, because I think the most important, to me, you tell me right now, I got a 4th and 3 on a game-winning drive against the Chiefs in a playoff game. I want that ball going to Kincaid.
It went to Kincaid.
I want you figuring out a way to get him one-on-one against anybody. Nickel corner, linebacker, and that's where the ball should be going on a 4th and 2 or 4th and 3.
Someone was shouting it went to Kincaid last year, Joe.
Yeah, but that's true. That is fair.
Somebody was saying.
Is fair.
I'm just saying somebody out there was saying.
I like the way he's playing a lot more than I did last year.
Sure. Again, he's nursing an injury. David and Wilson. Hopefully all that 4th down chatter wasn't too boring or too in the weeds. You got a call on that. I thought it was a good call. I wanted to lay that out because people always accuse McDermott of being conservative. And in this Atlanta game he was, but in the playoffs he's not. And there has been a clear move towards being more correct in that procedure, and I think he deserves credit for it. Hey, David, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. Hey, I know there's a lot of talk about possibly as a Chris Olave trade to bring in a receiver, and I'm definitely not opposed to that. I think that'd be an awesome move. But there's another receiver I actually like quite a bit in New Orleans, and Rashid Shaheed, and I think that he could fill 2 big things for us right now in needs. And one is just a receiver that can take the top off of defense. But something to me that I feel like has been lacking for honestly since probably Nyheim Hines is a legitimate returner. And I think Brandon Condriton, I especially watched him in the Atlanta game, was kind of difficult. He just didn't really seem to have anything going for him. And the speed that Shaheed has, I feel like it could, be like somebody that could actually kind of give us better field position, because I feel like so many times we were way starting behind the 30 or couldn't even get to the 35 on where it'd be when they goes in the end zone. So I think having him to be able to take the top off the defense, and then to me the more important thing is as a returner, something that he can immediately step in as soon as we trade for him would be huge. And we can also then move on from Codgerton, hopefully maybe piece in Curtis Samuel and then deal with it if need be or whatever, move on for him, or even just at this point cut him, whatever, but have free up those two spots so that way obviously with all the Hoyt coming back, we're going to get Ogunjobi, you know what I mean, we're going to get to a point where our roster trying to fit in these spots. We're kind of 2 for 1 there.
Yeah. Thanks, David. Shaheed, he's bigger. Isn't he what we were promised Curtis Samuel would be?
Some of it. Yeah.
He's been. I guess I didn't realize
he's not going to line up in the backfield like we were talking about with Samuel, is he?
He lined up in the backfield a bunch. I mean, what's a bunch? In 2020,
for a receiver.
Yeah, 6% of his snaps from the backfield for the Saints in 2023.
Most receivers play 0, so.
Yeah. He plays all positions. He lined up outside, in the slot, off the line, in the backfield.
And he's great down the field.
He can be an isolated X because he's very good at a vertical game.
Yeah.
He beats man coverage. He beats press coverage.
Of the realistic ideas, I still think he's my favorite because the fit is. I think the fit he is a lot of what the Bills I think do not have at the position right now.
It's exactly what. He's probably exactly what they've been looking for and trying to find in the draft without drafting it, and in Curtis Samuel, and even Elijah Moore. I know these are not the same player, but the idea of what you want when you bring in those guys is you think you can get someone like this. Is that not
holy cow?
Is it not Deontay Hardy? Is Rashid Shaheed what the Bills thought Deontay Hardy would be? Shaheed is a lot of what they really need.
Can you imagine all of those jet sweeps they're giving to Elijah Moore this season going to Rashid Shaheed? So much more dangerous in those spots.
The real thing about Shaheed is he's got a $4 million cap hit, 4.4.
Fine.
He's on a 1-year deal. How about that? How about that? Rashid Shaheed is on a 1-year, $5.2 million deal with the Saints.
Yeah.
It's a nice
to decide whether to pay him after a year. But
here's
right now is why you're doing it.
That's right. And if you're the Saints, if you're rebuilding, if you're doing whatever, they have an opportunity to maybe sell him very high. He is 27 and not under contract.
Well, the other reason he comes up is there just aren't that many good receivers on bad teams right now that you would say it's him versus who? Jerry Jeudy, Calvin Ridley, who the Giants have. That's a receiver that you might want. They're actually looking for a receiver, so they're probably not in the ball game. We always mention Jacoby Myers. That's a receiver that's on a bad team. Trey Tucker is on that team. There's only 5 or 6 teams I feel like you can even realistically look at, and not all of them have good receivers. And not all of them have receivers that would fit what you're looking for. That's the Myers point. I think Jacoby Myers is a better wide receiver than Rashid Shaheed is. But for what the Bills need, he's not. Because they already have him. Or they have versions of him.
Myers.
And I just don't think Shaheed, they have that. So if they would trade him, and what would he cost? He's not the Olave trade. The Olave trade is probably first-round pick.
Then again, the Olave trade, you're only making it if you get an extension in place, which lowers the cost.
So maybe it wouldn't cost a first.
So Shaheed is a pure rental.
Right.
And maybe you're going to re-sign him. He's 27.
But you could decide that later.
That's right. I just feel like with Shaheed, you're less likely to say, I need an extension.
Yep.
I bet he could go for a second or a third. And with Olave, again, I just think the Saints will extend him. Maybe they let Shaheed walk. If you're in New Orleans, what are you saying? Trade Shaheed, highest price? He's a weapon. And 27 years old, you're bringing him back for another year with Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shuck or whoever?
I'm about to pay Olave, so do I want to pay Olave and then maybe. Actually, what would we be saying? We probably would be saying they should re-sign Shaheed and have Olave and Shaheed already there when they draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
So I think it is absolutely defendable that they don't trade him.
Oh, for sure.
I think if I were them, I wouldn't.
But potential ease of recovery from the trade and highest bidder scenario, Shaheed's the move. for them, I think. Olave's tougher to find.
The receiver that I think is starting to get more and more negative attention on his team is Brian Thomas. I don't think that's mid-season, but there was another bad drop over the middle of the field this week. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking eventually that's not a long-term relationship. I don't think.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. We got open lines for you. We'll talk about these ideas with Carl Jones of Channel 4 on the fixes they can have that are in-house and outside ideas. Tyler Lockett going to be waived by the Titans. I'm saying no thanks. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm good.
No thanks for that. 803-0550 on WGR. Bills activated Maxwell Hairston, or at least opened his 21-day window to practice to activate him off the injured reserve. All right? That means in the next 3 weeks, you should expect him back in the lineup. He can practice, unless they're going to shut him down for the season, which to me is unlikely at this point. It was not supposed to be a season-ending injury. They're going to want to manage expectations, but he's closer to a return. Now the clock starts ticking. 21 days until you could expect him to be back on the active roster. And, of course, it could come sooner than that. So it's good news, right?
Yes, definitely.
The second stage of my Bills defense here it starts now. Hoyt, Ogunjobi, and eventually Hairston. And the Sabres lost to Montreal last night. Mm-hmm. Last night's game for the Sabres, the first period was not good.
No. It looked like the first periods.
Yes, which that can be a different conversation. The rest of it, would it be a hot take to just say the rest of it looked like a hockey game from a team that plays pretty hard, whose fan base doesn't hate them all the time? I thought it looked like a regular hockey game. The Sabres in the second period, to me, had juice. They played with some edge. They played with some emotion. You saw dust-ups between Buffalo and Montreal. I saw Samuelson defending teammates.
Yeah.
So
2 games in a row with that, by the way.
You got Tage defending. It's funny because whenever something on the ice where a guy's supposed to defend a guy doesn't happen, that becomes DEFCON 1, all anybody can talk about and a full reflection of the organization. And when players do defend each other, that's just like Tuesday. Which is how it's supposed to be.
Because it's supposed to be automatic.
But it feels like we should acknowledge the thing we've freaked out about for a while. Like, they are doing that this year.
Yeah.
Does it ultimately mean wins? Time will tell. But they're doing the thing that people hate about them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I will go back to what I thought last year after Tage got his head taken off against New Jersey and nobody ever did anything that was on the ice, which was, I didn't think this was an overall Sabres problem. I thought it was a Samuelson power problem more than anything. Because 2 games in a row, someone's gone after Dahlin, and what has Tage Thompson done? Without a hesitation. He's right in there. And his gloves are off. But Tage has always been that. And so is Dahlin, and so have a lot of those guys. The Samuelson one is the new one. Him being a more aggressive last game, throwing a guy into the net and then dragging him out by the collar. Last night defending a teammate. That's the new part, is Samuelson, I think, doing it. And if everybody is doing it, then that's That's the bigger part of it anyway, because you can have 3 of your important players that are willing to defend and to get into that stuff all the time. But if I've got 2 big defensemen that never are, then that's going to be the reputation. Sabres fall last night against Montreal 4-2. They fall to 2-4 on the season. Next up tomorrow night against Detroit, 7:30 at KeyBank Center. The Blue Jays on to the World Series, beating the Mariners 4-3 in Game 7. Blue Jays-Dodgers Game 1 will be Friday in Toronto. And last night, a Monday night doubleheader, the Seahawks beat the Texans, the Lions beat the Buccaneers. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We're going to go day to day on that right now and, just really look at him each day, just test the ankle in different ways to see if we can't get him back out there on Wednesday in some way, shape, or form. So we're going to just take it that way. And saw him this morning, talked to him, and he's like, let's push this thing, let's see what we got, And so we're going to try to take that approach with it and just go from there.
On a stat of the day, that's Dave Canellis on Bryce Young. Stat of the day. Use this going into the week when anybody tries to tell you, the Panthers. The Panthers are tied with the leading team in the NFC in wins.
Because we're doing the Packers 4-1.
The Packers are in first in the NFC. They're 4-1-1.
Yeah.
And the Panthers have 4 wins too. So they're not in second and they're not in first, but they are tied with the Packers for most wins in the NFC with 4. Or sorry, no, that's not right. Those teams don't have the most wins. They're like 6 teams with 5 wins, but they're tied with the first place team.
Right.
Anyway, I have other stats of the day for you to get to. We'll get some more phone calls here, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Here you go. Here's my stat of the day, the real stat of the day. So, the Patriots, you're tired of hearing about the Patriots already, aren't you? I know.
The Patriot fatigue is beginning to set in a little.
I feel like
or maybe it's more frustration.
Patriot fatigue, fine. Patriot points needling Bills fans to me, like me, they needle me. This is like you got to do something more here. Come on, what's going on here? The Patriots ranked 31st in explosive pass percentage last year.
Yeah.
The year before, they ranked 30th.
Yeah.
And this year, they are 3rd. Drake May, Keyshawn Butte, Stephon Diggs, Mac Hollins, 3rd in explosive play percentage in the passing game from 31st to 3rd in 1 year.
Wow.
Bills are 5th this year. They're doing okay. Number 1, most explosive pass play highest rate?
The Rams.
Seattle.
Yeah, that makes sense.
JSN. It's like JSN, man. Is he
the best receiver in football?
I don't know about that, but he's on track to win the receiving title. He leads by a lot. I think he leads by 100 yards.
Yep.
Paul in Buffalo. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'll fill in for Lindy Ruff this morning.
All
And
right,
I'll
very
tell you
good.
what, someone needs to fill in for him with the pregame speech because this is too many games now, 6 games in, and 3 of them we haven't even bothered to show up for the first period. And I guess, give them a little pass because they're in Montreal. I'll tell you, what a city. Guys, I've never been to a big city better than Montreal, anywhere in the world. The food, unbelievable. Croissants every morning and cappuccino, so I guess I can understand why the guys were all hungover and didn't show up for the first period. But to me, I need way more out of my captain, too. You lead by example, Mr. Dahlin, and you had one great shift in the first period. You hit a post, but you need to score a goal, buddy. You need to produce every single game. Literally, to me, the most productive thing Rasmus Dahlin has done this year is throw a nice, dirty crotch check into Brad Marchand's small of his back. I bet it sent a shivering pain down Marchand's hip, and that's what made his eyes cross and then get a penalty, which led to a goal. That was productive. That helped win a game. Good job, Mr. Captain. Now, what I don't understand is why our goon, Mason Gersten, can't learn from our captain and hit someone in a dirty fashion. Make them fight you, you dummy. Take your gloves off, curl your fist up into a ball, and punch someone. Or pick up Cole Caulfield and just shake him until a bigger Canadian comes by to fight you. Are you stupid, Gersten? You're employed for one reason, to in your 4 minutes a night, like Andrew Peters found a way in his 4 minutes a night, punch someone in the face, dummy. I mean, that goes to the coaching staff, too. Why the hell can't they tell a goon how to be a goon? This is the worst coaching staff in North American professional sports, and you get what you pay for, boys.
All right, Paul, thanks. Geertsen did have 5:27 of ice time last night.
That's more than double the night before.
Yeah,
the game
2:06.
Yeah, like this was predictable. This was what was predictable was you were going to have a goon in an era where nobody else has goons. So guess what? Nobody's going to want to fight him.
Sabres record when Geertsen gets 4 minutes or more, 0-3. 4 minutes or less, 1-0.
I don't know.
Maybe don't play this guy.
I don't know why he's still in the lineup. Osterland is called up yesterday. He's more than a point a game in Rochester so far this year.
Why isn't he your third line center?
Why isn't he your third line center and Krebs is on your fourth line? Perfect opportunity for it.
Right.
Put him with Zucker and Quinn. It's not even one of your top 6 lines. You could put him on the ice for 14 minutes if you want. See if something happens offensively instead of, right, like every shift that Geertsen is out there, just it feels like I'm just, what? I don't even know what the goal is. What's the goal? Is it to be tougher to play against when he's out there? Because it's easier to play against the Buffalo Sabres when he's on the ice. Defensemen have an extra second and a half to make a play in their own end when he's the forechecker because there's no skating ability that's going to pressure them. So I think that's why he's out there is the idea of he's tough to play against, he's mean, he's a deterrent. I don't know. Like I see defensemen being able to be a lot more casual when he's the guy that they're faced with. I think that's easier to play against. So I don't know, get him out of the lineup.
Jeff in Hamburg is next up. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Morning, guys. So I'm getting excited about the wide receiver trade talk, but I also kind of almost prove it to me type of mentality because I feel like, yes, if we land one of these great receivers, I just don't know how much of an impact it's actually going to be in this offense with the way Brady's schemes. And you could argue, yes, it may be because of lack of talent or lack of type of player, but I think Brady has shown that he doesn't do the number one wide receiver type of offense. And I kind of get a little disappointed in the talks of, okay, maybe we can land Olave or whoever might be available. I just don't know if it's just going to be one of those disappointment type of trades that we've seen with Cooper, but yes, he was banged up a little bit, but just didn't seem like it. I don't get excited.
Yeah.
Am I wrong in that?
No, it's funny. Like I like to point out a lot. The Bills, they're trying to change offensive philosophies, and they want to be more balanced, and they want to be like this. This is like a 30 for 30 I want to dig into here, right? Like, why did they change their complete structure offensively to become run heavy and yak? Was the bigger goal fewer turnovers? Because if that was the goal, then mission accomplished. They did that, and they were still an awesome offense, right? Last year, they didn't turn it over. They ran it really well. And they got yak yards. Initially, when Brian Daboll left and they hired Ken Dorsey and they were going to go 12 personnel, that was going to be 12 personnel and yak yards, a yak team. And the first year of Dorsey, they did not move at all in the yak department. Now, they're a yak team. And that ends up looking like you never throw the ball down the field because you kind of can't have both. It's really hard to have air yards and yak yards. Look at all the receivers in football. Who's the only guy that does both of them? There's like a couple. It's the top 5 guys, like Lamb and Chase.
Yeah.
But Shakir they've turned him into a strictly yak receiver. And Coleman has shown some yak chops as well, yards after catch.
Yeah.
Every time I say yak, really good yards after catch.
He was great at it last year.
So it's almost like the passing offense has just been about chasing the yards after catch and becoming that type of offense. And, like, does that lend itself to having a Rashid Shaheed bomb down the field? Maybe not. Maybe they're afraid of interceptions. I don't know. Like this organizational shift to what this offense has become, it has definitely worked. Like that's, before we're all just tearing it down, it's worked. The question is it the best plan? I think that's debatable. But what they've set out to become, they have become, and they have done it very, very well for 2.5 years. So can Brady work with a number 1 receiver? I don't know. Might have to be the right kind of guy. If Joe Brady were in a super draft right now, pick a receiver, Joe. Who'd you pick? You think it's Jamar Chase, right? Like
sure, yeah.
And I bet he finds a way to get him the ball. Like I don't think it's hard.
You mean like he did, at LSU?
With LSU, well, he's the passing game coordinator at LSU, right? He's not the.
I think he was calling plays though.
He was calling plays. Okay,
I thought I remember he was calling plays.
All right, well, he called.
He wasn't officially the offensive coordinator, but I thought he was the play caller.
Okay. He called plays.
I'm remembering from years ago when he first got hired, so I'll have to double check that.
He called plays in Carolina, got the ball to receivers there, 1,000 yards.
They had 2,000-yard receivers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he can't do it. I don't know.
It'd be an interesting test. I don't know that we'll ever see it. Actually, I predict we will never see it.
Well, look,
I think by the time
how about this?
Someone grows into that player or they get one, he's probably a head coach somewhere.
Has the narrative at least a little bit changed because of what Diggs has done? The idea was
little bit
when Diggs fell out of this offense.
Yeah,
the narrative was that on
the decline was
on a
beginning.
Thursday in November he got shot and couldn't play anymore. And he wasn't a part of this offense, and they couldn't get him the ball, and they're throwing him screens, and he doesn't want those routes.
Right.
And it was, he can't play. He went to Houston, good luck, your slot, you can't play anymore. He was good for Houston until he got hurt. New England signs him, LOL, your shot, you can't play. What is he? Awesome.
Yeah.
So, like that little more of the painted picture tells me, those 6 or 7 games, it was a shift in philosophy, and they couldn't get the ball to Diggs, and he couldn't be a part of that offense, and neither could Gabe Davis.
No,
when Gabe Davis was with Joe Brady, there was nothing going on. 0 target games. So, I don't know. I think it's a thing that is fair to wonder. I find it tough to get to a spot where I'm like, an NFL offensive coordinator doesn't know how to get the ball to a wide receiver. I think he does, of course. But I get it, what you're saying. Like, there's a reason to wonder, would they have the right game plan to put a Shaheed out there? I mean, as it is right now, they have a receiver on the outside that shouldn't be there. And it's year 2 of him being out there in a spot he probably really shouldn't be. Anyway, 803-0550. Carl Jones coming up top of the hour from Channel 4. We'll talk to him about the changes they can make in-house, because we've been meaning to get to that as well. Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, the roster exemption's gone, so they're back on the active roster. The 21-day practice window open for Max Hairston as well, so he gets closer to a return. You can give us a ring on that. You can call on Mason Geertsen like Paul did. Anything you want. And the New York Times playoff machine is back. Get you the 1-seed odds when we return.
You think the Bills are going to get smoked on defense by the Chiefs next week, right?
Yes, I think the Bills are going to get laid to waste defensively.
Yeah.
So yes. Is that wrong?
I agree with you.
Is that too pessimistic? Is that too much of a hater? Doesn't mean they're going to lose. They might beat the Chiefs, but I have no expectations for them to make stops in that game.
Yeah, no, like I'm with you. Like I think they're going to score in the 30s, I think. and there's a potential maybe even for the 40s. Like,
well,
I think
if they
30s
don't,
is more likely.
If they don't, it'll be because the offenses are so efficient and keep the clock ticking. But yes, I expect the Chiefs to score a lot of points per drive.
I think what Hairston might be the key to is giving fans hope that there's a difference between if that plays out and it's you can't cover these guys. Like, they have too many weapons, they have too much speed, and you've got a lot of old bodies back there. You're a slow defense. And if you can't match up with their speed, and that comes to fruition next week, I'll have Hoyt available. I'll have Ogunjobi available. What Hairston might be important to is Bill's psyche into remembering that you gave up a bunch to Kansas City, and if he performs down the stretch, you'll be thinking, all right, think back to that Kansas City game. I didn't have Max Hairston.
Right, can he make a difference?
Right. He might give you hope going into a playoff game of, yeah, I know I gave up 35 and I only forced 2 stops on the Chiefs in an entire football game, but I didn't have Hairston then, and he finished strong, and he's the exact skill set for what I would want against that team right now. Is he not?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if he'll be good. Really don't. But if he were good, is he not the perfect type of player for what they would want in that specific matchup?
Yes, and I don't think that by itself would probably be enough. They need their safeties to play better. They're going to need Hoyt to go in there and make a difference. They probably need their linebackers to play better. So I don't know how many changes are coming.
It would be one of your problems.
That's
being
right.
solved.
It might be the biggest one, corner 2. That might be your biggest problem against that team. Like right now, the Bills matching up against the Chiefs, to me, feels like a scary matchup, and Hairston returning could make a difference, of course. And the Sabres lost to Montreal last night. Mm-hmm. Last night's game for the Sabres, the first period was not good.
No. It looked like the first periods.
Yes, which that can be a different conversation. The rest of it, would it be a hot take to just say the rest of it looked like a hockey game from a team that plays pretty hard, whose fan base doesn't hate them all the time? I thought it looked like a regular hockey game. The Sabres in the second period, to me, had juice. They played with some edge. They played with some emotion. You saw, dust-ups between Buffalo and Montreal. I saw Samuelson defending teammates.
Yeah.
So
2 games in a row with that, by the way.
You got Tage defending. It's funny because whenever something on the ice where a guy's supposed to defend a guy doesn't happen, that becomes DEFCON 1, all anybody can talk about, and a full reflection of the organization. And when players do defend each other, that's just like Tuesday. Which is how it's supposed to be.
Because it's supposed to be automatic.
But it feels like we should acknowledge the thing we've freaked out about for a while. Like, they are doing that this year.
Yeah.
Does it ultimately mean wins? Time will tell. But they're doing the thing that people hate about them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I will go back to what I thought last year after Tage got his head taken off against New Jersey and nobody ever did anything that was on the ice, which was, I didn't think this was an overall Sabres problem. I thought it was a Samuelson power problem more than anything. Because 2 games in a row, someone's gone after Dahlin, and what has Tage Thompson done? Without a hesitation. He's right in there. And his gloves are off. But Tage has always been that. Mm-hmm. And so is Dahlin, and so have a lot of those guys. The Samuelson one is the new one. Him being a more aggressive last game, throwing a guy into the net and then dragging him out by the collar. Last night defending a teammate. That's the new part, is Samuelson, I think, doing it. And if everybody is doing it, then that's the bigger part of it anyway. Because you can have 3 of your important players that are willing to defend and to get into that stuff all the time. But if I've got 2 big defensemen that never are, then that's going to be the reputation.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it. Basketball, gimme the ball.
NBA season.
Let's go. On a Tuesday. Good scheduling.
Sure. This is, of
and
course...
And we get NBC back?
That's SNL, the great Tim Robinson, and Jason Sudeikis there.
That's going to be stuck in my head the rest of the day now.
Basketball?
Yeah.
It's great. What was I going to get to here? We got a bunch of calls to get to. We'll get some of your phone calls in with Carl Jones coming up at the top of the hour. Well, it's something else I wanted to tease for you. Oh, I teased the one seed. Sorry, yeah, the one seed odds.
The one seed odds.
So New York Times playoff machine is back. We'll get to your calls. Mario, DJ, stick with us. We'll get to your calls. New York Times playoff machine, you know how it works. You click the winner of the game. You do that. Anyway, they have their projected standings, and they project the Bills to be the wild card team in the AFC East. Patriots, 92% to make the playoffs. Bills, 90%. Division, 57-42 in favor of New England. But the real thing I looked at was you can click on a team's name, you click on the Bills, and see how things have moved. And in the last 2 weeks, they have moved the Bills from 66% to win the one seed to 16% to win the one seed. It's a big drop with losses to New England and Atlanta.
Yeah.
Also, the Colts continuing to win, like that's a big part of it too.
What feels more likely, the Colts winning the one seed or the Patriots getting the AFCs?
What's more likely?
What would Bills fans be more
upset about?
Not even upset about.
Well,
what would they feel like is a more distinct possibility right now? Would they say it's the Colts in the one seed?
Maybe. The question I was going to get to, we could save it for tomorrow. The devilish question is this. Is a wild card berth and losing in the AFC Championship game to the Chiefs, is that worse, different, the exact same as what has happened? All these division titles.
Yeah.
Because if they make the wild card and win the Super Bowl, that's a better year. We don't even care. Nobody cares. So I kind of want to treat, if they were to lose the division and New England jumps up and takes it, if they then go to New England and win, like, all right, congratulations, no big deal. Like the 2 seed and the 5 seed are almost, I know they're different in terms of having a home playoff game, but in reality, you got to win 3 games. Mm-hmm. And if you get to the same spot,
there really is the 5 seed, the way we laid it out earlier, I think even though it would be on the road, there are paths where the 5 seed gives you 2 easier teams.
That's right.
Well, maybe not 2 easier, 2 teams I would rather play.
And it's also worth mentioning, if the Bills were to somehow not win the division, they would have to win their first road game.
Yeah.
Their first playoff road game. They do not have a playoff road win.
No, they do not. It's because they've all been to Kansas City.
That's right. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Carl Jones joins us on the other side on the fixes. If he likes the Rashid Shaheed idea, safety, what to do about everything that's going on with the Bills. That and your phone calls coming up here on WGR. And the Sabres lost to Montreal last night. Mm-hmm. Last night's game for the Sabres, the first period was not good.
No. It looked like the first periods.
Yes, which that can be a different conversation. The rest of it, would it be a hot take to just say the rest of it looked like a hockey game from a team that plays pretty hard, whose fan base doesn't hate them all the time? I thought it looked like a regular hockey game. The Sabres in the second period, to me, had juice. They played with some edge. They played with some emotion. You saw, dust-ups between Buffalo and Montreal. I saw Samuelson defending teammates.
Yeah.
So
2 games in a row with that, by the way.
You got Tage defending. It's funny because whenever something on the ice where a guy's supposed to defend a guy doesn't happen, that becomes DEFCON 1, all anybody can talk about and a full reflection of the organization. And when players do defend each other, that's just like Tuesday, which is how it's supposed to be.
It's because it's supposed to be automatic.
But it feels like we should acknowledge the thing we've freaked out about for a while. Like, they are doing that this year.
Yeah.
Does it ultimately mean wins? Time will tell. But they're doing the thing that people hate about them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I will go back to what I thought last year after Tage got his head taken off against New Jersey and nobody ever did anything that was on the ice, which was, I didn't think this was an overall Sabres problem. I thought it was a Samuelsson power problem more than anything. Because 2 games in a row, someone's gone after Dahlin, and what has Tage Thompson done? Without a hesitation. He's right in there. And his gloves are off. But Tage has always been that. And so is Dahlin, and so have a lot of those guys. The Samuelsson one is the new one. Him being a more aggressive last game, throwing a guy into the net and then dragging him out by the collar. Last night defending a teammate. That's the new part, is Samuelsson, I think, doing it. And if everybody is doing it, then that's the bigger part of it anyway, because you can have 3 of your important players that are willing to defend and to get into that stuff all the time. But if I've got 2 big defensemen that never are, then that's going to be the reputation. Sabres fall last night to the Montreal Canadiens, 4-2. A couple of goals by Yuri Kulik and Tyson Kozak were not enough. The Sabres will next play against Detroit tomorrow night at 7:30. And then again Friday at 7:30, that will be against Toronto. We'll have pregame starting at 6:30 here on WGR. Blue Jays on to the World Series, beating the Mariners 4-2 in Game 7. They are on to the World Series to play the Dodgers. Game 1 is Friday night just after 8 o'clock in Toronto. They have home field in the World Series. And doubleheader last night on Monday Night Football, Seattle winning over Houston, Detroit winning over Tampa. For the Bills yesterday, they opened the 21-day practice window for Maxwell Hairston, who has yet to play this season. Sports Talk on WGR, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
The games come down to a few plays and a few playmakers making some plays in some big moments. And that, to me, is where Buffalo has lacked compared to the other top teams in football the last few years. So, yes, receiver maybe is an option there. I also look at man, is there a defensive tackle out there? Is there another cover corner out there that they can use and help their secondary out a little bit? I'll be interested to see their approach during the trade deadline.
Chris Sims, speaking with Kay Adams. Sims said on his own podcast, said he predicts the Patriots to win the AFC East. We'll get to some of those comments with Carl Jones, who joins us. Carl, former Syracuse defensive back, product of Cleveland, on Channel 4 these days. I've got questions about all these. Actually, I don't have any questions about Channel 4, Carl. Good morning. How are you?
You have Cleveland questions?
I'm locked and loaded with some Cleveland chatter, Carl. You ready?
I listen. If you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. What's up, guys?
Beautiful. What's up, Carl? So, NBA season starts tonight. You're a Cavs fan, right? The question I've got for you is did the Cavs have the kind of season last season that ruined good seasons? Because they were amazing and didn't win, and now if you're amazing again, it's like the Bills these days.
Well, also, I think I haven't looked in a while, but I think they are the Eastern Conference favorites going into the year.
Oh, yes. I think there are a lot of similarities between the Bills and Cavs fans. Obviously, the Cavs got over the hump.
That's right. They got that title.
But we've had so much success post-LeBron now where winning the opening round or even getting to the Eastern Conference Finals probably isn't enough. You have to go. I'm not saying winning everything, but you got to go to the finals to at least make the season to be a success from a fan perspective.
Yeah, that's the Bills' world these days too. Like, it's tough. Pressure is a privilege, is one of the things they say. So, Carl, I guess let's take it to the Bills here. Are these October blues, these lulls that we've seen a couple times throughout the Sean McDermott and Josh Allen and Brandon Beane era? Is this one the same old, or does this one have you maybe thinking a little bit harder?
I think it's probably a little bit of both, but I would lean towards it's the NFL. The league is hard, and there's going to be some lulls in a 17-game season. Obviously, not every single – when you look at the offensive side of the ball, styles make fights. We talk about that all the time, and I thought that, at least from the Patriots' perspective, the Patriots have the type of guys on defense that make the style a little bit more difficult to have down-to-down success with how the Bills are equipped on offense. You know, the Bills are kind of best inside out, and the Patriots are really good on the perimeter, and they can get a four-man rush at times. And, you know, the Bills just struggle pushing the ball down the field. I think we've all seen that at this point. The Falcons, I think, was just a combination of everything on offense. They sent the blitz. They couldn't pick it up. When they did run the ball, they didn't stick with it. I'm not all too concerned, but my antennas are up on some of the things for the rest of the season.
How much of that was Joe Brady? Did you watch the Niners game, Carl, at all and think about – because all they did was just McCaffrey pounding it up the middle, and maybe that got Atlanta out of being so aggressive that maybe McDermott even said this a little bit, that they should have leaned into Cook more because of what the Falcons were specifically on defense?
Yeah, you can't blitz when it's 2nd and 2. You can't blitz when it's 3rd and 1 all the time. I think that had a lot to do with it. I'll say one thing about the whole McCaffrey and Shanahan dynamic. He does not mind whatsoever giving him the rock. I think that Thursday night game a few weeks back where they were down to the top 3 receivers, no Kittle, and if I'm not mistaken, McCaffrey had like 21 touches at halftime. like he was giving him the ball that slot outside, whatever the case may be. And I think there's something to be said about you have a clear-cut best player and just giving him the rock because he's your best chance to succeed. And I do think, or I'm hopeful after the bye week, I'm not saying 21 times and a half. I was feeling bad for poor old CMC at one point in the second quarter. But James Cook is by far and away their best weapon. Find out some advantageous ways to give him the rock, not just, dives up the middle, but whether it's quick screens or jailbreak screens, whatever the case may be. Find a way to get Ford the ball more often because he's super dynamic when it's in his hands.
Carl Jones joining us on the Western Hotline. All right, Carl, to the playmaker idea on this offense, that they need somebody to step up, maybe somebody new. Are you of the belief that adding is something Brandon Beane should be looking into?
Definitely looking into. I think that the offense, in my opinion, is still great without it. But I think once you get to the postseason when the margins are super, super thin and it's a matchup-based league, having a guy on the outside that can supercharge everything will be super beneficial. And I think, obviously, everyone's talked about Chris Olave, but that archetype of player where he is a separator, he is explosive with the ball in his hands, he can take the top off of the defense, that type of player could take this offense to a different stratosphere where it's really difficult to game plan against them week in and week out. From a defensive back perspective, and I'm playing the Buffalo Bills, I don't know if they have a weapon on the outside where it makes me change the structure of my defense. I don't think I have to double anyone on third down. I don't think that I have to be fearful of blitzing because a lot of times as a DB or as a defensive coordinator, you're scared to send 5-6 blitzers because there's a guy out there that's one-on-one. If he breaks the tackle, it's one to the house. Khalil Shakir could be that guy, but I don't know if he's the player who I'm changing the way I call my defense type of thing. So I think that having an Olave or having any other upper-tier receiver would at least change the structure of how I play defense and maybe give some pause, and not just the players on the field, but the DC upstairs calling the plays as well.
How many ideas out there do you like? I mean, Saints fans are probably hearing the entire NFL, circle, the vultures circle for Olave and Shaheed as well, who is an explosive downfield kind of guy. Beyond those two, Carl, there's not I don't like the Tyler Lockett idea. He just got waived. Ridley, there's expensive ideas out there, and I don't know what the right idea is. Last year, Devontae Adams and Amari Cooper end up moving, and this year, I don't know who it'll be. To me, after Olave and Shaheed, it gets pretty thin.
Very, very thin. Now, also, Devontae Adams, less so Amari Cooper, that was a little bit more obvious. Like, that was more so like he was disgruntled but not making it public. Amari Cooper, well, the Browns were just toxic last year, so I'm not going to say that I'm not too surprised that he got moved. But, I mean, the whole A.J. Brown thing, I think, is just us on the outside just trying to get him an opportunity where he can get the ball 15 times a game. I don't think that's really feasible. They're trying to compete for a Super Bowl. I saw the Ridley thing 4 years ago maybe, and I don't think he's a bad player now, but I think that is too close to the Amari Cooper route, where if a guy is a little bit closer to the end, where it can get a little scary in the back end. There's not a lot of moves that are exciting at receiver, which is unfortunate because I think that is really a move, in my opinion, where I wouldn't be scared to give up a second or even a one to make things shake.
What's your concern level for Coleman specifically, and whether or not there's not maybe many options behind him? Maybe it's Shavers and Gabe Davis or more Palmer, but how concerned are you with Coleman's start to the year, other than really that fourth quarter against Baltimore?
I don't think I'm too concerned because I didn't have the highest of expectations in the first place. I don't think he's a bad player, but I thought, at least to this point, he's about maybe a little tick below the player that I thought. I didn't think that he was going to be some wide receiver one in the NFL. And to be fair, I have a high threshold for that anyways. I think there are only like 12 to 14 of those on planet Earth anyways. But I don't think his archetype of receiver is conducive to a player where I can pepper him 11, 12, 15 times a game, or you see what they did to Jackson Smith and Jigga last night. I just don't think that archetype is feasible. So I know what they said this offseason. I know what they said this preseason and training camp and all that good jazz where he looked better than ever. I just wanted to see it to believe it. And I think there are going to be some peaks and valleys with a player who isn't the greatest separator, and he plays above the rim at times, but it's not really consistent. It's hard to get a guy the ball like that down in and down out. Hopefully he develops some more consistency. That would be very beneficial to the Bills' offense. But I'm not about to sit up here and lie and say that I thought he was going to turn into DeAndre Hopkins all the time either.
Carl, it ends up sounding harsh, but I want to ask it this way. Do you think they'd benefit from stop trying to force it to happen with him?
Yes. And I think that just I'm not the quarterback, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I watched the film and know Josh Allen's read from 1 to 4. But I think that unless you see a matchup on field where that cornerback, gets a red dot treatment. And for those at home, that means when you're in the film room, you circle that little poor player on the field and be like, yes, this is a matchup problem. Unless it's one of those issues, I wouldn't force it because I think we all saw the Atlanta game, and you can say what you want about Keon Coleman. A.J. Terrell is one of those dudes with a capital D. We shouldn't be attacking him. We shouldn't be doing that.
That really might be where that's 2 weeks in a row, right? Because the Christian Gonzalez-led corner group in New England that Joe Brady called maybe the best we'll see all year, and then it goes right to A.J. Terrell. Carl, what I might wonder when we think about the Bills for playoff matchups or how they match up versus Kansas City or Indy, who are your corners? Because maybe what's kind of gone wrong in 2 consecutive games is if you've got a top-tier corner, you can really cause the Bills problems, but not every team is going to have corners of that caliber.
No, and I think the Colts, they're also missing Mooney Ward right now. He got that severe concussion last week in warm-up, so hopefully he gets back to the field soon. I know he got placed on IR. But that goes back to my conversation, which I said earlier, though. If you have a top-tier corner where you can basically just play 10 on 10 and just eliminate that receiver in front of you, it doesn't change the structure of your defense. And you can get really funky. You watched what the Texans did last night, and listen, the Texans defense played phenomenal in that second half. But they were doing such a good job of moving Jackson Smith and Jigba away from Derek Stingley that they had to change the structure of how they play defense down in and down out just to accommodate and find out a way to stop down to slow number 11. And that's where when I see the Bills right now and teams playing up against them, they aren't changing how the safeties play or they aren't changing how they get after the quarterback because there's not really a weapon on the outside to put the fear of God in them.
Carl Jones on the Western Hotline. All right, Carl, to the defense. It feels like a lot of the offensive people who want a trade for the offense are doing it because with the defense, they're kind of like throwing their hands up. Like, I don't know what's going to happen over there. They're getting some bodies back with Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi. They designate Max Harrison to return. The big talking point about this defense, though, has been safety in corner two. So, all right, maybe the plan's in place for corner two. What are they going to do with safety, and what should they do?
You gotta. I don't know. I don't know. I think there's been a few games where the safeties have played okay. Cole Bishop had a really good game against the Saints, and even the week before that, I thought he played well. But then, obviously, last week against Atlanta, in week 1, it wasn't his best outing. And then Taylor Rapp, I think, has taken a step back this season, which I'm sure the coaching staff isn't excited to see. You'll probably see more in Jordan Poyer throughout the rest of the year if it sticks with this. I know a lot of people are clamoring for Jordan Hancock. I'm an Ohio State guy, so I would love to see that myself. But if Jordan Poyer has already passed him, I don't see a route where Jordan Hancock passes Poyer again type of deal. So I think Poyer's going to get some reps. And listen, they could make a trade, but I would be shocked if they get the caliber of safety on the trade market where they will feel comfortable supplanting Taylor Rapp or Cole Bishop or even a Jordan Poyer, because you know how much Sean McDermott believes and feels about trusting his defense, right, where you've got to execute the call and know you're 111. It's kind of hard to get that guy mid-season and make that work.
Poyer tempt you at all? I mean, like for big games down the stretch. I don't know if we really saw enough of him in Atlanta to gauge that. You could go back to Miami, but there's system differences there. I mean, we were talking about this last week, Carl, that like Rapp, if they were to ever bench him, he might be the most high-profile player or high-profile starter that they've ever taken out of the lineup for playing reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Jordan Poyer showed anything to make me thrilled that he could go out there and fix the secondary issue right now. But I think it doesn't hurt to try. I mean, you also owe it to the other 21 starters out there on the field to get to, try your best to win week in and week out. And they just have an issue right now. It's the fundamentals, which is the most concerning point. And listen, I couldn't tackle in space either. That's why I'm talking to y'all on the phone right now and not preparing for a game on Sunday, okay? But that is a skill set that is really, really is needed. You have to do it. It's a must requirement in the National Football League, especially when your front seven is boom or bust. You know, we've all seen the statistics where the Bills' defense is actually somewhat decent at preventing getting negative plays, But boy, Lord have mercy, they're giving up a ton of explosive plays, and that's where you need your guys on the back end and bring them down. I'm not saying it's easy. I know I wouldn't tackle Bijan Robinson. I wasn't tackling guys who didn't play on Sundays, let alone him. But you have to do it in the National Football League to be a good defense.
Carl, the rest of the AFC, what's your feel on it right now? The Colts are at the top spot, and the Chiefs are still not in the playoff picture. But what will it look like by the time we get to January?
I think the Chiefs are the best team in the AFC, now that they're finally healthy on offense. Although, praying for Josh Simmons and whatever's going on in that situation. So I guess they are missing one starter, but they're rolling right now. Rasheed Rice is back, and I think that the offense that we kind of expected we would see in the offseason. The Colts, I'm intrigued, and I think they're really good. My final test for them, I want to see what happens when they are down 10 and when Daniel Jones has to drop back basically the entire second half and maybe take Jonathan Taylor out the game as a safety button type of deal. But I think they're for real. I mean, they have weapons all over the field. Their offensive line is playing great. Lou Anarumo did not forget how to coach. I don't know who spread that rumor this offseason and blamed him for the Bengals woes last year, but he has that defense flying around even with a lot of starters out. So I like the Colts. I think they're for real. My last test before I put them in any Super Bowl bucket or whatever the case may be, if they are down 10, let's say 17-7 at halftime, can Daniel Jones get them back into a game without relying on play action pass every other snap?
Yeah, they really haven't. I'm trying to think. Not even the Denver game. Like, they really haven't been behind. Haven't they had, like, even multi-touchdown leads in almost every game they've played so far? Which, like, that might just be the game script to avoid against them. Like, just don't get behind, and maybe you can force them into things that they don't want to do.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm not saying this is the Colts' fault. Like, they're kicking tail, and that's what they're supposed to do.
Right.
But before I put you in a bucket where I think you can play in February, there are going to be games where you're behind. How do you do in those moments?
Yeah. You know, Carl, it's funny. It's a lot of what have you done for me lately in the league. That's my concern about the Bills right now. Even though they had the comeback against the Ravens, like, the Bills get to 30 when they're doing exactly what you're saying, like run the ball, play action it. And these last couple games, they've led for a total of 2 minutes and 47 seconds. They have not looked like a team that can, get those chunks and get those plays whenever they want to. I know they like to say they can, but these last two games, they've not looked like that. It's been kind of revealing about the game script and how it can even hurt a team like the Bills.
Yeah, going into the Ravens week, we're all of the assumption that this is a vaunted defense with all these Pro Bowl names. They got Jair Alexander. Well, come to find out, that defense is a hot mess. And I'm not trying to take credit away from the Bills, but that just adds some context to the type of performance they had week one. I would like to see it too. And listen, this isn't college football, so I'm not going to bring up the whole strength of schedule thing, but they also haven't really had for whatever you think about the Patriots, they aren't in that Super Bowl bucket yet. So I think that's where, as the season goes on, where you have the Chiefs coming up in 2 weeks. You got the Eagles later on in the year. Those would be some tests where I want to see how this team looks before I completely, once again, put the Bills in a bucket either. Because you're right, it is what have you done for me lately. And maybe teams have found the blueprint. I don't know. I don't think that's the case. But I just want to see what they do against some of those better teams on the schedule because, I mean, I don't think no one on this chat right now would think that the Falcons or the Patriots are going to be playing in February. And that's where, if you're a Bills fan, you're like, oh, okay, antennas are up a little bit.
You said Chiefs best team in the AFC. NFL? Somebody else? You like the Chiefs? What do you like?
I probably still lean Chiefs. Having said that, the Lions, if they are healthy, because, I mean, this will sound like a broken record at this point. The Lions, there's two teams in football, they're always hurt, the Lions and 49ers.
Yeah.
If the Lions get one of their 6 corners back, they're down 5-6 corners right now. Rocky Ya-Sin, the dude who they just signed a couple weeks ago, he got hurt yesterday. So if they get healthy, I would put them right next to the Chiefs, and then any given Sunday let things shake. I know the Chiefs gave it to them last week, but it's hard to play against Patrick Mahomes without any healthy corners, any. So I would probably put those two at the top. I know the Eagles had a good game last week, but they still Jekyll and Hyde. I'm scared to put them anywhere near the top.
Yeah. I love that game the Lions and Chiefs played 2 weeks ago on the Monday night or Sunday night, whatever. It was such high-level football. It was great. So, I don't know. Hopefully we don't see those two in the Super Bowl because I don't want to see the Chiefs back there again, but we could. All right, Carl, well, thanks as always. Great to chat, and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
All right, good luck to your Cavs, too. Good season. Get to the finals. Carl Jones, Channel 4 in Buffalo, joining us in the Western Hotline. Basketball season. Warriors play tonight.
They do. I don't know if they play tonight, but I think is this for tonight? The Colorado Avalanche have just announced they are going to be wearing Quebec Nordiques jerseys.
Shouldn't happen.
Just straight, no change of the colors. Like it is just the Nordiques.
Should not happen. Same reason that
I think they should be forced to play it in Quebec City.
The Hurricanes should not wear the Whalers jerseys. It should not happen.
Uh-huh.
I think it's obnoxious.
I love the jerseys. I don't know. Seems unfair. It seems mean-spirited. I don't know. Like, you chose to move the team. You don't get to keep...
Right.
I mean, legally you get to keep them, but...
You can do anything you want with jerseys. Oregon is going to wear Grateful Dead jerseys.
You know what?
The Oregon Ducks are wearing Grateful Dead jerseys. Hey, Colorado, make up some Grateful Dead jerseys. You know?
I would say that if leagues... You know what leagues should do? They should... change the way we do this. If you want to move the team and you get the approval to move the team, then credit to you. But when you do that, you donate the rights to the previous team to the league. They don't belong to you.
Donate the rights.
Yeah, so like the Avalanche own all the rights to the Quebec Nordiques. They own the logo, they own the uniform, they own the trade, all of it. You want to move from Quebec? All right, the NHL owns all that now.
All right, that's
you could be the Colorado Avalanche.
That's how it should go.
But you don't own it.
Yeah.
We own it.
I think that's right. All right, 803-0550. We'll get a call on Jim on the other side, and we have to address the events of last night. We have to address it. People are asking, when are you going to talk about it? When are you going to talk about it? You know what we're referring to here? Everybody out there? Get the paper bag on your head. This is out of control.
I want to see how far this goes.
It's the best bit going, this parlay killer. It's going to cost me thousands. I don't bet that much. This parlay killer is out of control.
You know he's not tanking, too, because betting doesn't work that way. You try to lose on purpose and you'll win. You'll win.
It defies logic. All right, we'll get a break in. The Dolphins do not anticipate any changes. Some around the league stuff here.
I saw I heard, I was listening to the Dan Le Batard show yesterday, and one of the guys from the Miami Herald was on there, and he said that he heard that the reason they're not firing anybody right now and won't this season is because they do not want Chris Greer joining the Brian Flores lawsuit.
Right. That there's other stuff at work.
Right. And they don't want to fire Mike McDaniel, who is biracial, because they don't want to fire another coach. They don't want anything like that.
So they're kind of just like
coming your way,
treading lightly because of a lawsuit.
A lawsuit.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
So they might. What will happen? They probably just don't make a change in season. Maybe is what happens, and they say, let's just let this thing run its course. We'll be terrible. Really, at that point, what's the difference anyway? You just go win your 2 games and be a top pick. Why would you fire McDaniel now and try and save the season? It's over.
I've been there the whole time. Like that explanation for the Dolphins makes total sense, but a better explanation to me would be their owner tried to tank before and will just do it again.
Right, but this version of tanking might be you just keep the guys employed.
Yeah, instead of tank for Tua, it's tank with Tua. Right? Like that's where they are.
Yes, that actually legitimately is where they are.
So that's the Dolphins. That's what's going on there. And the Sabres lost to Montreal last night. Mm-hmm. Last night's game for the Sabres, the first period was not good.
No. It looked like the first periods.
Yes. Which, that can be a different conversation. The rest of it, would it be a hot take to just say, the rest of it looked like a hockey game from a team that plays pretty hard, whose fan base doesn't hate them all the time? I thought it looked like a regular hockey game. The Sabres in the second period, to me, had juice. They played with some edge. They played with some emotion. You saw, dust-ups between Buffalo and Montreal. I saw Samuelson defending teammates.
Yeah.
So
2 games in a row with that, by the way.
You got Tage defending. It's funny because whenever something on the ice where a guy's supposed to defend a guy doesn't happen, that becomes DEFCON 1, all anybody can talk about, and a full reflection of the organization. And when players do defend each other, that's just like Tuesday, which is how it's supposed to be.
Because it's supposed to be automatic.
But it feels like we should acknowledge the thing we've freaked out about for a while. Like, they are doing that this year.
Yeah.
Does it ultimately mean wins? Time will tell. But they're doing the thing that people hate about them for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, I will go back to what I thought last year after Tage got his head taken off against New Jersey and nobody ever did anything that was on the ice, which was, I didn't think this was an overall Sabres problem. I thought it was a Samuelson power problem more than anything. Because 2 games in a row, someone's gone after Dahlin, and what has Tage Thompson done? Without a hesitation. He's right in there. And his gloves are off. But Tage has always been that. And so is Dahlin, and so have a lot of those guys. The Samuelson one is the new one. Him being a more aggressive last game, throwing a guy into the net and then dragging him out by the collar. Last night defending a teammate. That's the new part, is Samuelson, I think, doing it. And if everybody is doing it, then that's the bigger part of it anyway, because you can have 3 of your important players that are willing to defend and to get into that stuff all the time. But if I've got 2 big defensemen that never are, then that's going to be the reputation.
Bills activated Maxwell Hairston, or at least opened his 21-day window to practice to activate him off the injured reserve. All right? That means
The Patriots aren't going to go too fast. Josh McDaniel, the offensive coordinator, he has a last shot mentality. He wants to make sure they end this half with the ball.
Hey, taking a deep shot down the field. Booty is down there. Touchdown. What a catch.
funny thing there is Jason McCourty on the broadcast saying they're not going to go kill shot here. They're going to play it slow. Next pass. Boom, over the top touchdown. So it's the bye week, which means we don't get a game to talk about, which means we got more things to think about. And, anytime you sit and just think, you think all the bad things, maybe think of some good things too. And that play had me thinking about something.
What's that?
End of half, double dipping, right? All that. The Bills are very focused on this process of double dip. They love a double dip.
Yep.
What did the Patriots do? The Patriots aren't the gold standard, so just go with me here. I'm thinking conceptually, football stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What do the Bills do in that spot? They use as much of the clock as possible.
Yep.
Get down as far as they can, try to score a touchdown. If not, they get a field goal. But they're using as much clock as possible.
Yeah.
Because the double dip requires you to score
right,
and then not give up another score in between. And the Patriots there, Drake May just touchdown, 49 seconds left. Touchdown.
Yeah.
It's on the board. All right, now can we defend for 49 seconds and protect the score we just got? And
is that not when they got another touchdown, by the way? Is that when Cam Ward fumbled?
I don't know.
I think he fumbled and they got another touchdown.
Before the half?
The old triple dip.
Right.
I think.
I'll pull it up to find out.
I might be off on that. I thought that's when it happened, but anyways. But they scored quick and they weren't afraid. That's kind of trusting your defense.
That's
your opponent matters for that too. It's the Titans, so you might think, I'm going to score now because I believe that we're going to defend Cam Ward in 49 seconds.
That is not. They did not fumble. They
scored, that was a different.
They got that touchdown to go up 17-13.
Yep.
And then the Titans get to the 42-yard line, and on 4th and 3, end of the half, they throw a Hail Mary. But the point is, you can try to be perfect and get it down there, or you could just, can we get 7 now?
Yeah.
Bang, 7 now. Not afraid. So, had me thinking about that. The Bills have been a very well-run offense for very many years, and the standard is very high. So every time we're talking about the offense, it is with a very high standard. And then on the defensive side, I feel like our standards in the last couple of years are just please, patch something together. Jim in Connecticut. Hey, Jim, good morning.
Good morning. I'll try to make this brief. Initially, I called in. I didn't know if Carl Jones was taking calls, and the reason is my son went to school with him at Syracuse, and they were friends in Rochester when Carl was a sports anchor. My son's a sports anchor at another station in Rochester.
All right.
So that was the reason I called. But the other question I have for you guys, and also I live in Connecticut, but I live towards the Massachusetts side, so I got to listen to all this New England traffic going on all the time. But what's your guys' gut? I know you don't know, but what do you think if they make no trade during what the Bills are going to come out and do different Sunday? What's your thoughts on that?
We could see Jordan Poyer in more often. We could see Gabe Davis part of their receiving core, maybe. We could see Keon Coleman maybe used in the slot more. We could see the passing game try to find Curtis Samuel again if he's healthy. He's got 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
He went in there and made a contribution and then came back out.
It's also our first week to see how they use Michael Hoyt.
Right.
Is he just playing defensive end, or are they moving him around? Is he playing stand-up linebacker instead of Joanne Dreesen, for instance?
Right.
Is he playing inside? So Hoyt's a part of that. Beyond that, it's all about how they play offense, and I just don't really expect them to look dramatically different. I think they're gonna use their tight ends. They're gonna run the ball. They're gonna throw their Coleman back shoulder balls, probably. They'll hand the ball off to an Elijah Moore or Khalil Shakir once or twice a game, and I think they're gonna keep doing it the way they've been doing it,
and trust that it's just gonna work.
Yeah, I don't really think I'm expecting them to make a big change this week. At all. Not on offense, at least. Personnel-wise, I think Coleman's going to be on the outside, and he's going to play 90% of the snaps. I think Kincaid, if he plays, is probably going to play half the snaps. And he'll catch 5 passes, and he'll catch 70 yards, and we'll be thinking, he maybe should have been out there more. I don't know. I don't really know what else you would expect them to do differently with this personnel, other than the one you mentioned about maybe Coleman moves around. But Coleman moving around means I'm playing Tyrell Shavers more. And, is anybody clamoring for that? It's nice that he's on the team. He's a good special teams guy. He blocks. He'll make a catch here and there. But is anybody clamoring for him right now to go in there instead of Coleman? There isn't a guy on the team that would make you say, oh, he's got to go to the slot this week. It has to happen. So, That's where I'm at. I think they're going to look largely the same.
And I feel like we asked Carl, like, is the right answer? Thanks, Jim, for the phone call. We asked Carl last segment. Is the right answer to just like stop trying to make Keon Coleman happen? If it happens, great, but drop him in the progressions. You shouldn't be trying it as often as you are.
Yeah.
Anyway, he caught the hook and ladder.
They ran a hook and ladder at the end of that game.
That's right. And he caught it.
Did they need to run that? I mean, the game was over, right? They were down 2 scores.
Yeah. What, now it's on tape?
It's on tape.
Uh-oh.
Not that the hook and ladder is some, like... It's not like it's this brand new play that they just invented. The Lions run hook and ladder a couple times a season. And they still execute it. So I shouldn't be worried about that.
803-0550. All right,
They have started dabbling in some trick plays recently, though. We got a flea flicker.
We did get a flea flicker. We've got
hook
some...
and ladder. We're in the basic trick play page right now.
Yes.
Maybe we get to the more advanced trick play. Maybe we're handing the ball off to a fullback, and then he pitches it out to James Cook.
I want to say a flea flicker doesn't count when the other team had just run a flea flicker. Or is that the best
No,
time?
the Bills went first, didn't they?
They did go first?
I think the Bills ran it first, and then New England did.
All right, well, then theirs doesn't count.
I think that's right. Did you see in the Pittsburgh game that they ran a flea flicker and Rodgers wasn't expecting it?
Yes.
He said that they didn't call it.
Yes.
And he started screaming at Kenneth Gainwell after the play.
Jeremy and Joe, let's evaluate last night. Let's talk about what happened last night. We had listen, at this point, it's a miracle. It's like former Mets pitcher Anthony Young losing 27 consecutive games.
Mm-hmm.
He did do that. 27 consecutive starts. The thrilling three-way parlay last night. We had 3 legs. Again, Jer, Joe, and OP, Owen Parker, the parlay killer, has killed 8 consecutive parlays.
Well, to be fair to him, he didn't on his own kill all 8 of them.
What, 7?
I think we both missed 2, right? So maybe it's 6 or 5 or 6 of the 8 that he's killed on his own.
He's been killing them. And not like killing it in a good way.
No.
No, right. Yeah.
And you're not even asking a lot. Last night, our 3-way parlay for the show last night for the Monday night games was I picked Kate Otten over 3.5. He ended with 7 catches.
I had under 35.5 for Chubb, and he had 16.
Yep.
And I had over 1.5 touchdowns for Baker Mayfield. Like MVP candidate Baker Mayfield.
Baker, who leads the league in touchdown passes in the last 2 years.
Right. And I can't get 2 touchdown passes.
No, that's right.
Out of this guy.
And listen, here's how you know we're transitioning into the next phase of Owen the Parlay Killer. We had somebody sent a screenshot and send to us this morning a screenshot. They used my leg and Joe's leg and their own.
Good.
Instead of
and
yours.
Won.
Good.
And won.
Which means like wins above replacement. We just got a guy off the street to come in and complete a parlay for us.
Right.
And you're 0-8.
Good.
0-8.
Good for that guy. You should do that. There's no reason for you to do anything other than that. You guys should be...
Listen.
Like, whatever I pick, you guys make your picks. You don't have to tell me. Don't tell me anything.
I can't believe I didn't do this
pick the
4
opposite of what I
parlays
do.
ago. 4 parlays ago, I should have placed a completing parlay with the other 2 and flip yours.
Or just the opposite side of his
Yes,
his
flip
line.
it.
Yeah.
But I thought, no, that's not right to do that. I'm the person who'll sit here and actively pump my fist and pound the glass for my hockey team to lose a game at home, but I feel wrong betting another parlay against your parlay killing play.
It's
twisted,
I am
I
not
know.
going to be upset about it. I'll tell you that right now. I legitimately started thinking. I was laying awake in bed last night thinking about how can I start wielding this power for our own benefit.
There's got to be a way.
Is there some way to bet? Like I'm going to bet on the Chiefs. And
yes,
a meteor is going to hit the stadium.
This is right. Okay, good. Yes,
Like
Chiefs money line the rest of the way.
Right.
And
something needs to. I need some benefit out of this thing, and I can't. It's not happening. For
I
me.
love it. Chiefs this week. Who do they play? Commanders. Perfect.
Great. Commanders.
Chiefs money line. Oh, bit of a stumble for Kansas City. Next week, Chiefs money line over the Bills. Kansas City's hit the skids. They lose 9 in a row. Right. Close out the season. Like, what happened to the Chiefs?
Yeah, Mahomes is going to throw 17 picks the rest of the year, and
just start betting against the Sabres on a nightly basis.
Right.
Do that. Bet against them. We'll get some wins.
That's the thing is that I'm hitting on some bets outside of what we're doing.
Even worse.
There was a game last night. You could have done that.
I know.
I think I did it last week. Didn't I? Threw like a Sabres under into our parlay and it hit.
Yes.
You could have said Kulik goal last night.
I should have. But then Kulik wouldn't have scored last night.
Right.
I am the dictator of
you are right.
what is happening on Earth.
You are
right
powerful.
Now. It's
very powerful.
There's no explanation. I wield the hammer.
Who's got this as their sports resume? It's like you nailed. You bet Ohtani to hit 3 homers.
3 homers. Yes. I got 3 homers out of Ohtani.
And he did it.
I bet on Vlad.
He hits that bet, and he can't get Baker over 2 touchdowns. Not even over 2, just 2.
1.5. Right.
This is not okay anymore.
It's parlay killer.
It's incredible.
I mean, what Thursday? What's the game on Thursday?
Oh, this week's good, I think. Oh, wait. Are we? There's a couple weeks in a row where we get a bad one.
This is going to be.
I think there's a Jets Dolphins one on the horizon.
Vikings Chargers.
Oh, okay. So
fine, good.
We want
McCarthy's back. Probably.
The Chargers to lose that game, so I'll bet on the Chargers.
Okay, Chargers money line. Put it in now.
Chargers money line. I'll put it in right now.
I think whatever power he has, the Chargers have like this
it's gonna
weird
be a big
power
test.
of their own that is going to collide with it.
It's going to be a big test. He is betting the Chargers to win, though.
I know.
So if they Charger, they'll lose.
That's That's
and listen, Minnesota's whatever. We'll get to it on Thursday.
McCarthy's probably
Here's
playing.
the problem, though. Now that we're playing the game, now we have to build in a game script of the Chargers losing, where that might not be our pick normally.
It might be my pick. They're not going to be able to block Minnesota.
That's true.
I'm okay with him picking
the
Chargers
Vikings
to
are going to blitz the hell out of Justin Herbert, who's taking a ton of pressure.
Yeah.
Is he the most pressured quarterback in football this year? I saw like a couple weeks ago he's number 1 by a lot.
If he's not, like Stroud
he's
maybe
under
is
pressure
up there.
nonstop.
Yeah.
Other Thursday night games, we got Dolphins, Falcons, Bears, Ravens.
What was the one? Dolphins what?
Falcons.
That's next week?
Yeah.
Yikes.
No, sorry. Take that back. That's Sunday Night Football.
Oh. Even worse.
Dolphins, Falcons.
Miami needs to be removed from every primetime game for the rest of the season.
I take it all back. That's not the Sunday night game.
It's not a Sunday night game?
No, Sunday night is Packers, Steelers.
Did you guys see McDaniel say that his plan this week with Tua at quarterback is to not throw 10 interceptions?
Did he say that?
Plan? Yeah.
Listen, no matter what you say about Tua, if he puts in Quinn Ewers, good night.
Yeah.
Bills fans are really enjoying what's happening in Miami right now, right?
Yes.
Like, really enjoying it.
Yes.
It is crashing hard. Like, I thought it would end eventually. I really did. I thought Tua wouldn't be there forever. They'd even pay him, and maybe it wouldn't last forever. They designed the contract that way because he has 0 guaranteed money in his contract past next season. So even the Dolphins might have thought that eventually this probably does end. I didn't think it was going to end this. This is bad. They're like the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it would end with them going like 6-7 wins a couple years in a row. That's kind of how it ended with Tannehill, wasn't it? Like, Tannehill never had this season, did he, with Miami? Did he ever have like a 1-2 win Dolphins team with Tannehill at quarterback? This is like beyond that. The locker room's fighting. The quarterback is calling teammates out and then having the worst game of his life right after.
Who are they going to hire at coach?
Belichick. No. Miami's going to hire Bobby Babbage.
Now's the time to start our... Now that we have successfully launched the former Bill, future Bill Fantasy League...
It's time to do it with the coaches.
It's time to do the Dynasty Coaching Candidate
I'm ready. This is the time of year.
This is right. Right, because
all right, I'm in. Let's do it.
Titans have an interim coach. We're going to get another coach fired soon.
Should we do it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it tomorrow.
Coaching candidate.
We're going to draft coaches.
Dynasty draft.
Yeah.
All right. How many on our roster?
Next coach.
Four
how many did we do for future Bill, former Bill?
4. No, sorry, we have 3. Which, by the way, we should
do 4.
We should do waivers soon in former Bill, future Bill, because I don't like my team. And Mike White just signed with the Panthers.
You don't get anything for that.
No, I know. The nerve of this guy. A traitor.
Oh, he's going. Right, because he's going.
Mike White going to go give the Panthers all the Bills' secrets. He's like,
did anyone draft Amari Cooper in our thing?
He's on waivers. Mike White gets to the Panthers facility.
I'm interested.
All right, Mike, what are they going to do?
Screen passes.
Sorry.
It is a Joe Brady revenge. It is a Joe Brady revenge game this week.
True. We just make it.
You might be saving his best stuff for this game. Wants to stick it to Carolina because they fired him.
Back shoulder throws.
I swear, if they just keep throwing back shoulder balls to Keon Coleman.
I'm playing. I'm having some fun. I did put together my 4. I only thought of 4 real campaign slogans for getting the ball to Kincaid.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many you have?
I've got 4. And none of them are very good.
Are they good?
Well, we already had Get Paid with Kincaid and the Kincaid Brigade.
I like that.
How about That's Dalt, folks?
What?
That's Dalt, folks.
No.
You don't like that one?
No.
How about My Kink is TDs?
Better. That's a 7 out of 10.
I'm looking for, I don't know.
That's not necessarily, though, like a slogan for getting him
No,
the
it's
ball
definitely
more.
not.
It's just kind of a pun with Kincaid.
Get kinky.
All right.
Don't like it.
Closer.
Not much going on. We need a Kincaid slogan.
We do need a Kincaid slogan.
You like That's Dalt, folks, huh?
I mean, I laughed at it. I wouldn't...
Wouldn't say like it.
It's not... Yeah.
Trying over here. Working hard. All right. Extendo Sports coming up in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. The Dolphins do not anticipate any changes. Some around the league stuff here.
I saw I heard, I was listening to the Dan Lebitard show yesterday, and one of the guys from the Miami Herald was on there, and he said that he heard that the reason they're not firing anybody right now and won't this season is because they do not want Chris Greer joining the Brian Flores lawsuit.
Right. That there's other stuff at work.
Right. And they don't want to fire Mike McDaniel, who is biracial, because they don't want to fire another coach. Like they don't want anything like that.
So they're kind of just like
coming your way,
treading lightly because of a lawsuit.
A lawsuit.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
So they might. What will happen? They probably just don't make a change in season. Maybe is what happens, and they say, let's just let this thing run its course. We'll be terrible. What really at that point? What's the difference anyway? You just go win your 2 games and be a top pick. Why would you fire McDaniel now and try and save the season? It's over.
I've been there the whole time. Like that explanation for the Dolphins makes total sense. But a better explanation to me would be their owner tried to tank before and will just do it again.
Right, but this version of tanking might be you just keep the guys employed.
Yeah, instead of tank for Tua, it's tank with Tua. Right? Like that's where they are.
Yes, that actually legitimately is where they are.
So that's the Dolphins. That's what's going on there. Hey, Brad Marchand returned to Boston tonight. Panthers at Bruins. They were there after he was traded to Florida, but he was hurt. Oops, sorry. He was hurt, so he did not play in that first return back with the Panthers. So this is indeed his first trip back to Boston as a member of the opposing team.
Will he just cross-check Pastrnak in the back of the neck just to be ultimate Brad Marchand?
It'd be great if they booed him. And then really,
they will not do that.
It should be the kind of thing where he gets booed and they flip him off. Or no, he flips them off while they flip him off. And then, a little tear to his eye. He's like, this is really what I always wanted. That's who he's supposed to be. I can't be celebrated by a road building.
No, because really, if you're the Bruins fans, though, you want him off his game, and off his game would be cheering for him.
I just feel like this is one of those moments where when somebody, passes away, you're like, it's what he would have wanted. And what Marchand would wanted would to be...
You throw tomatoes at him.
He's that guy.
Yeah.
So that's tonight. What else is going on tonight? No baseball tonight.
Basketball's back. No baseball is kind of sad. I've been into it. I mean, the Jays are helping that.
Yeah. World Series is back to it on Friday.
Tickets are real expensive, as you might expect.
Not surprising.
I was thinking, maybe we don't go to Game 7. You put that towards what a World Series ticket might be, and then the World Series ticket's 5 times more expensive. Not doing that.
What you got to do, your best chance to go to a World Series in Toronto for cheap
is if the Dodgers take a
3-1 lead. No, yeah.
Yeah, because then
the best it could be is 3.
No, it's got to get to 6.
Right, it could be 3-2.
3-2, Game 6 in Toronto, still going to be mad
And then somebody's
expensive.
afraid that they don't,
What if the Dodgers win Game 1 25-1?
You think Game 2's cheap?
Game 2's a little cheaper?
Actually, maybe your best chance is 2 games to none, and then you just buy Game 6 right there.
Okay, that would
you get a refund.
That'd be the move.
You get a refund if it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens. Then again, Toronto did just go down 2 games to none to Seattle and rally to win the series. And playoff Vlad has been a lot of fun.
Well, no, you should wait until they're down in Game 2, and then you buy tickets to Game 7. That's the play.
All right. We're back tomorrow. Joe Marino will check in with Sal. We'll get some injury designations for the Bills as they're back to a regular week. It's going to be a good time. We'll be back. And Lindy Ruff tomorrow. We rescheduled from today to tomorrow. So Lindy Ruff joins us tomorrow as well here on WGR.